This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. 2 proposed bills and 1 proposed resolution to either stall out or ban cloud seeding and other atmospheric manipulations were topics of heated discussion at the legislature's Agriculture Committee meeting on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that during a 4-hour conversation on the topic, Representative Mike Schmidt, an outspoken critic of cloud seeding, presented the 3 measures.
He handed those out to the committee, but they weren't in the advanced materials available to the public. I was able to get the gist what the 2 proposed bills, the first 2, were. One's a moratorium, a 10-year moratorium on cloud seeding to get some baseline water research. The other one is a ban on other kinds of atmospheric injections and radiations. And then the third one is this proposed resolution that Schmidt said he wanted to send to Congress.
The topics elicited strong emotions and concern from people who are saying that the skies just don't look right. The committee, by a show of hands vote, asked its staffers to formulate the 3 measures. The body of a hiker who went missing in late July has been found and recovered from the Bighorn Mountains. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the body of 38-year-old Grant Gardner was found on the northern route of Cloud Peak on Tuesday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Gardner's body was found by a couple of out-of-state hikers who happened to be at just the right place at the right time.
A team of experienced climbers from North Carolina had summited Cloud Peak on Tuesday, and as they were making camp, they spotted a glimmer from what turned out to be a piece of fabric on Grant Gardner's backpack. They immediately notified the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office, and they sent their search and rescue team up there. It had been obscured from view in several spots.
Gardner had summited Cloud Peak on July 29th, which was also the last time anyone had been in contact with him. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office mobilized a massive search and rescue operation on August 1st, which lasted 20 days. Granting Wyoming authority to regulate the byproducts of burning coal to make power, including coal ash, is a huge step for the state in getting out from under sometimes tedious and frustrating federal oversight. That was part of the message EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin delivered at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday during a signing ceremony for a letter recommending that the state be allowed to manage coal combustion residuals itself. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was at the ceremony.
What Wyoming will get, if this goes through, which it looks like it will, is autonomy to manage the program themselves instead of having the feds manage it through the EPA. The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin was here in Wyoming to sign a letter saying, hey, the EPA supports Wyoming doing this. They could do it at least as good, if not better, than we can. So why not let them do it?
Zeldin said Wyoming is the 5th state to gain control of its own CCR program, adding that that's a nod to how important the state's energy industries are to America's strength. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003. An
oft-painted rock south of the Wyoming-Colorado border is demanding the release of the Epstein files. So are Wyoming leaders on the political left and right. Haystack Rock on U.S. Highway 287 wears many faces as people paint it with messages ranging from memorials to birthday wishes to political outrage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that on Wednesday afternoon, someone painted "Release Epstein Files" on the boulder's highway-facing side.
There's an attorney based out of Laramie named Travis Helm, and he drives past, they call it Haystack Rock. And yesterday it said, "Release Epstein Files," in all caps, red. And so Helm shot a photo of it. Despite being a chronic Trump hater, Helm finds himself in unusual company as top Republicans like Brian Miller and Representative Tom Kelly also want to see that list released.
While still campaigning for his second term in 2024, President Donald Trump said he'd have no problem releasing more official files relating to accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, including the client list. But this summer, Trump's Department of Justice walked back reports that Epstein kept a client list and declined to make more of the files public. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings,
Sweet potatoes.
sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a finally Friday, August 29. Stories we're taking a look at today. Finally closure for the wife and kids of the Minnesota hiker. His body finally found. Bighorn County Sheriff's Office confirms that the body of Grant Gardner, 38-year-old, recovered from the Cloud Peak area in the Cloud Peak Wilderness in the Bighorn Mountains. By far the most engaging story in the Cowboy State Daily, according to the Facebook traffic. The next highest popular story today is the Painted Rock. Yeah. The rock that's demanding the release of the Epstein files. That rock in the Wyoming-Colorado border that often is painted with some kind of statement, not always political, hardly ever, actually, but this one is getting a lot of attention. Wyoming lawmakers looking to do away with cloud seeding. That's another popular story of the Cowboy State Daily today. According to your feedback, a lot of people making comments on that story. So we'll cover those that seem to be important to you as we move through Friday's programming. First, let's get an updated weather forecast to you from Day Weather. Don Day says chance of rain in Casper, mainly late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 74. Lander, 75. With also a chance of rain in the late afternoon. Evanston could see a slight chance of a shower this afternoon. Mostly sunny, 72. Rock Springs, 74 with sunshine. Pinedale, maybe a late afternoon rain shower, otherwise sunny, breezy, 68 in Pinedale. Afton, sunny, 71. DuBois, you could see rain late this afternoon, sunny, breezy, 67. Jackson, sunny at 72. Thermopolis, chance of rain around 4, otherwise mostly sunny, 76. Cody, afternoon shower, 71 and sunny otherwise. Buffalo, a chance of rain today, partly sunny, 66. 75 in Sheridan with rain likely. Chance of rain at Gillette as well. Otherwise, partly sunny today, 71. Newcastle, 73 with rain showers. Patchy fog in the early morning in Torrington. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Elsewise, 84. Cheyenne, chance of rain in the afternoon, mostly sunny, 77. Laramie, 73. Mostly sunny skies today with some sprinkles this afternoon possible. Slight chance of rain in Rawlins in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 74. So very similar around the state. Could see some sunny skies, slow rebound from the monsoonal moisture and the cold front. Slow rebound. Don said by tomorrow, maybe some showers still hanging around, but certainly by Sunday and Monday of this Labor Day weekend, really nice weather, Sunday and Monday. So looking forward to that. We got special guests coming up right away today, early, which is rare. We don't, Greg Johnson doesn't show up on Fridays. Greg, not that he would take it off. Greg just too busy working. So today is, we're going to slot in Carl Chin. And he is the president of a faith-based security network. He basically trains churches on securing themselves. And we booked this guest just because we had the Minneapolis church shooting. Just horrific. Wednesday, unfathomable tragedy. Shooter opens fire through the windows during Mass at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Killed 2 young children, ages 8 and 10. Injured 17 others, 14 of them children. In fact, that was the shooter's intent, to kill children, watch children suffer. Just a sicko. Also happened to be dealing with trans issues. It was Robert, born male, but transitioning to female or feeling female, wanted to be called Robin. And according to her journals, just not in a good headspace. I don't know why we can't see these red flags earlier. I mean, this person who did the shooting and shot himself, I can't see how they could have functioned normally to the outside world. Not harboring these feelings. There's no way. Something had to be there. This couldn't have been a well-functioning, well-adjusted human being. The mom was the secretary at the church. How did she not know? I don't want to play the blame game, but the people closest to this sicko have to have some indication there's a problem here. This is a person struggling with reality and struggling with a lot of stuff. This person is not well mentally and has access to a firearm. Now, what could possibly go wrong? I just don't know how we don't see the red flags prior. Police say Minnesota church shooter filled with hatred, admired mass killers, obsessed with the idea of killing children. The shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, born Robert, fired 116 rifle rounds through the stained glass windows. It's very clear, said Police Chief Brian O'Hara, the shooter had the intention to terrorize those innocent children. Later, I'm reading about some journals uncovered, YouTube videos. I mean, it was all there in hindsight. Why can't it be there in foresight? How can we not see these people ahead of time on a YouTube channel? Videos that police say may have been posted by the shooter show weapons, ammunition, a list of names of mass shooters what appears to be a suicide note to family, confessions made. It's all on a YouTube channel. I mean, it was all there to see. Maybe if AI is to be doing anything useful, and I hate to think there's government surveillance. I don't want to be 1984. I don't want the government snooping around, knowing everything that's going on, but maybe AI can be instructed to go look at YouTube channels and find ones that are sick. And then we have a little chat with the YouTube channel owner. What's wrong with you? Maybe. The answer, I don't know. Maybe Carl Chin has the answer. Carl Chin's going to tell you how to secure the churches that seem to be victimized by people with bad intent. Carl Chin developed the Threat Intelligence Program for New Life. He managed that for a decade. He brought the same program to Colorado Springs community through the Faith-Based Safety Coalition, and now serves this stuff that he has invented, that he has trained other churches in, is now a model for churches and coalitions across the United States. One of the foremost experts on securing your church, your faith-based organization, against these kind of attacks. Establishing lockdown procedures, developing situational awareness, active shooter drills, collaborating with local law enforcement, all kinds of stuff like this is what, unfortunately, churches have to be doing these days. And Carl Chin will tell you how and what he's been working on. He'll be on the show here in just a few moments as we talk about that just horrific shooting on Wednesday in Minneapolis. Bill Sniffen will be on to talk about a park ranger who had the worst job in the world. When Bill wrote for the Lander Journal, I think it was, he wrote about this park ranger who, you'll never believe what he had to do. They were trying to capture a bear that was a problematic bear, and they were attracting it with rancid meat, which bears love. The smellier, the better. And we'll tell you that what this ranger did to help capture this bear. Just gross. Bill will be on and talk about that. Wyoming lawmakers say we shouldn't be cloud seeding. Let's halt this program for 10 years. Let's ban it. Let's look into it. Lawmakers mostly in agreement to halt any kind of cloud seeding programs, ban geoengineering, shooting silver iodide into the clouds and trying to make it snow and rain. Does it work? Some lawmakers say there's no evidence it works. We need a better baseline study. Compared to what, say lawmakers? Let's reset and go to zero if we're going to do any kind of comparisons and analytical observation. Others don't like the idea of shooting something toxic into the air. That can't be good. Many reasons to oppose the program. Plus, it's costly. It costs millions of dollars to cloud seed. That story resonating with readers this morning on Facebook. Anytime you talk about cloud seeding, it brings out everybody who, it brings out the whole crowd who thinks chemtrails and government is shooting stuff into the sky for some reason. More than weather manipulation, people believe. There's stuff being put into the sky for other reasons. But what? Nobody ever really defines what it is that is in the sky, that's why it's there. Andrew Rossi has the story of the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office with heavy hearts saying yesterday they did recover the body of Grant Gardner, 38-year-old Minnesota hiker who's been missing since late July. Summited Cloud Peak and never got fully down. And now we see why. It was so hard to find him. An extensive 20-day search called off. And finally, some hikers, some experienced climbers, happened to be setting up camp on Mount Woolsey, which is north of Cloud Peak. And they were at the right place, right time, the right angle. And the sun kind of glinted off the piece of backpack of Grant Gardner. Gardner was clothed in a way that he blended in. His body blended in with the rocks. He was found wedged between rocks. So that's what I've speculated likely happened. Sheriff's office saying that he looks to have been a victim of some kind of accident, a fall, obviously. And he said, they flew that area numerous times with aerial observation, and you could have been very, very close to the body and not seen it. It's just how the terrain is. You could have been right on him and not seen him. Just happened to be seen by this group that was summiting and camping in that area. The Painted Rock demanding Epstein files be released. I'm really over Epstein, but I guess not everybody is not. Clara McFarland's story on the off-Painted Rock south of the Wyoming-Colorado border demanding the release of the Epstein files. So are Wyoming leaders, both sides of the political aisle, left and right. Maybe that's why this issue, this story, this topic will never go away. The whole Epstein thing, he's dead. Killed himself, or did he? Or did Clinton kill him? Or who's in the Epstein file? Are there even Epstein files? Who partied with this guy? Both sides of the aisle. Originally, it was just Republicans who wanted to know. They wanted to know the names in the files. Who was going to the fancy Epstein parties? Who was perhaps getting cozy with underage escorts, etc.? Republicans wanted to know. Trump said, when I get in office, some of the things I'm going to do are rename the Gulf. I'm going to buy Iceland. Whatever happened to that idea? Or Greenland. He was going to buy one of them islands or take it over. I'm going to fix low-flow shower heads, Trump said. And man, he was speaking our language. He wins the election on these important campaign issues. And he said, I'm going to release the Epstein files. We're going to finally find what's in there. Well, Trump gets in office, and guess what? His name is probably in there so often, that's the speculation, that it can't even be feasibly redacted enough. There would be just, crossed out words all up. So all of a sudden, there are no Epstein files, Trump says, and now it becomes a Democrat issue. They want to know the names in there. Both sides, both political sides want to know what's in the Epstein files, if there are even Epstein files. Because sometimes both sides say, what Epstein files? What file? We'll be right back with Carl Chin on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, and we're back. It's a finally Friday, and we're joined by Carl Chin. Is that right, Chin?
That is correct.
So we're going to talk about that event Wednesday, just a horrific shooting, the mass shooting, of course. It's frustrating when these things happen because looking with hindsight, you wonder, how could we not have seen the signs? And senseless stuff like this, you just don't know. And especially, Carl, when it happens to a faith community. Because you get people who are maybe outside the faith box, that it's not for them, or they just turned away, and they present as evidence, look, it's a godless world. Look at this. How can this happen in a church? Where's your God now? That kind of stuff. Yeah. Carl Chin is president of Faith-Based Security Network. What he does, his day job, is he helps churches, faith communities, safeguard against these events as best they can, and prepare themselves and make a safe space, essentially, of a church. And churches, kind of like schools are often victims of this kind of violence, and we'll ask ourselves why, and definitely talk about some things we can do to help prevent these kind of events. Carl, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
So, yeah, let's start with how you got here, what you've done. I want to talk about the Faith-Based Safety Coalition. You've done stuff that's been the model for other churches who have adopted some training, some ideas of yours. How did you even get into that? Was there an incident in your past, or you just found that, as faith communities, as churches, we need to safeguard. We need to be prepared for stuff.
Jake, I've been involved in the church community since 1979. My wife and I had 2 small children at the time, and that's the year that I gave my life to Jesus Christ, and it was a life-changing event for me. And I knew it would be, and it has been. And so I began being very active in my local church and thinking that's all it was ever going to be was doing my day job of construction and being involved in my church as much as I could. And it went kind of that way for many years. But then in 1991, I actually went to work for a faith-based organization. It was the first time I'd ever done that. And at the time, I went to work for Focus on the Family in Colorado Springs, Dr. James Dobson, who just passed away last week, as you probably know. And in many ways, he was a mentor to me, and I have great respect for him. And it was working at that ministry. When I first went in, Jake, I had the mentality of which you just kind of alluded to. We're a faith-based organization. Security wasn't a back thought in my mind. I didn't give it a second thought. And as I've told some of my audiences at times, Jake, I've always had tremendous respect for our military veterans, but I did not have respect for law enforcement. And I'm embarrassed now to say that, but I didn't. And because in my view, nothing was ever going to happen to me except law enforcement stopping me when I was already late getting to work and giving me a ticket. That was my worldview, and that's the worldview of a lot of people. But we began experiencing some things that focus on the family. First, we had back-to-back bomb threats in the winter of 91, 92. Then other things began happening, and we began putting together a sort of a security program. And then in 1995, when the Oklahoma City bombing happened, the executive wing appointed a group of 4 of us to do an intensive study at Focus on the Family and see if we were ready for such a thing. And we discovered, of course, that we were not. And we did some things to supposedly make us ready. But a year later, on May 2nd, 1996, those plans were tested. We had an angry gunman show up. He was angry over a construction accident that had happened while building our new buildings 4 years earlier. He wanted to exact revenge. He wanted to get his story out there. He wanted to die a martyr of those who have been wronged by big ministry. He took hostages, and I was one of the 4 hostages. And Jake, that event changed my life.
Yeah, I imagine.
I began studying this. In 1999, I began studying what I call deadly force incidents at faith-based organizations, because I didn't know if this was an isolated issue, an isolated incident, or if this is something that we should be concerned about on a national level. And what I've discovered is it's a huge concern. So that event changed my life. And then I was also attending New Life Church in Colorado Springs at the time, and I went to our administrator in March of 2005 and told him I was very concerned because we had, at the time, the largest church in Colorado, and we did not have any kind of a formal security program. He told me there were 3 others, 2 law enforcement guys and 1 prior law enforcement, who were concerned about the same things. He said, you guys get together and hash up a plan. And we did. And that was in the spring of 2005. And then I was there as an armed responder on the day a killer came and killed 2 girls in our parking lot. 4 of us went down the hallway towards the gunman. 2 of us were armed, 2 were not. Those 2 who were not did more to save lives that day than anybody. They couldn't return fire. They couldn't take up a defensive position, so their focus was on getting kids out of the hallway.
Yeah.
As the killer came through the door. And the other armed defender was up the hallway about 50 yards closer to the killer when he walked through the doors. And she got the shots and hit him and wounded him and stopped him, and then he put the gun in his own mouth and killed himself, which was a perfectly acceptable outcome in that situation. And so that really launched me into this topic, Jake, and I have been passionate about it for years. I'm trying to get the message out to churches and faith-based organizations that the time to be intentional about your security program is now. And start putting a plan together. And listen, Jake, it's not about the gun or no gun. It's not about that at all. It's about being intentional. Now, do I believe a armed response is a good response? Absolutely, I do. There are times that's the only response that you can give. And that was the case at New Life Church on December 9th, 2007. We were the first church who had an intentional team ready to respond that stopped a killer after he had already killed members of our congregation. And now there's been others, and quite frankly, I'm very pleased with that. There are churches out there now that are saying, not here, you won't do it here, and stopping these killers. And that's the only way to stop them sometimes. There's all this left to bang stuff, and that's great. That's wonderful. Prevent it if you can, when you can. We will never prevent every one of them. And my message is to those faith-based organizations to be ready when that evil walks through your door.
Sometimes it's as little as having somebody at the church during a service who is visibly armed. That you may never know what you deterred just by having that. But we'll get into some of the things you advise churches and faith-based communities, faith gatherings. But I am surprised. Well, maybe not surprised, but I'm. That's amazing to learn. You have come to this through firsthand experience. You have come face to face with evil in church. We're talking to Carl Chin, president, Faith-Based Security Network. We're talking about the Wednesday incident in Minneapolis, other incidents. Where I go to church, I remember the first day I saw somebody and they had a firearm, and I thought, and I knew him. My wife and I knew who that was, and I thought, has it really come to this? Are you kidding? You know, me and a lot of others had a firearm out in the truck in the parking lot, but that may have been too far away. First, Carl, let's talk about many of the things you're going to advise. Many of the things that you train, instruct on are applicable to schools, to any place. But we're talking about faith-based though. And so I want to address the elephant in the room to for the religious aspect. Why can't your God protect you? You're there at church. You're praying to a God. Why can't he intervene? The Bible is full of incidents where God uses people. That's how he works. Talk about Nehemiah 4:9.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scriptures. In that passage, Nehemiah was leading the effort to rebuild the wall around Jerusalem. And he made the comment, he talked about their defenses in a lot of passages there, but that passage that you just mentioned is one that's near and dear to me. That's 4:9. He said, we prayed to our God and we posted a guard day and night. Now, you break down that passage of scripture and you get to the heart of what my message is. Do I believe God protects us? You bet I do, Jake. And do I believe a security program should be first and foremost a bunch of men and women who are dedicated to Christ and who are walking as ambassadors to Christ? You bet I do. But I want them to be the friendliest people in the church. They don't want to hurt you, but they will if you do something against the other people. Now, listen, the thing that happened Wednesday in Minneapolis, as we dig through the many aspects of it, it comes down to really one thing. and the messages that clown wrote on his guns and his magazines and even his earphones and his smoke bomb and all that stuff, everything he carried in there, he had a message written in it, on it. And a lot of it was in Cyrillic, which is a sub-language, I guess, of Russia, and it's used in some of those Western bloc of the Russian theater nations. And one of those Cyrillic messages says, I'm feeling good about Annunciation because it's a good combo of easy attack for me and devastating tragedy. Now, that paints a picture. He knew the school. He knew where he would be safe in carrying out attack. He knew that they had no active security program. Yes, they had some security protocols, and that saved lives, Jake. What they did was a good thing. They had already taught their children to get down and get low in the case of an active shooter. There was a little bit of confusion among some of the children because they had been taught that for the school side, but that day they were in church, they were in a sanctuary, and we all have a normalcy bias. You know, that can't be gunshots. We're in a sanctuary. But they were gunshots, and it was gunshots in a sanctuary. So those children had a little bit of a normalcy bias to get over, which you can understand. So they'd done some very good things, and it saved lives. But the fact of the matter is, they didn't have anybody there serving, as I understand, and I could be wrong. We'll find out more news in the coming weeks and days. As I understand, they had nobody there prepared to protect people. And the faith-based security network, we broke it down to 3 words, Jake. You've got to be ready, willing, and able. Just those 3 words. Ready means you show up. You're there. You're ready spiritually as well. You've given your life to Christ. You know where you're going. Number 2, willing means you've played out every scene in your mind, and after you've played out those scenes and you've looked at the possibilities, you're willing to go against the evil one when they come in. Able means you're trained and equipped. And when I say trained and equipped, I mean you're ready to be intervention capable for some people. I'm not against eyes and ears teams. They're like I said, the 2 men who were unarmed at New Life on December 9th, 2007, did a lot to protect people. And it takes both. It takes people who are not armed, and it takes people who are armed. But you've got to have your intervention capable people and your others. So we boil it down to those 3 things. And if I may, just getting back to the religious aspect, sometimes when a pastor tells me, look, we are going to trust in God, I wonder out loud with him, what would have happened if Joseph and Mary, when they were warned by the angel, take Jesus out of here, if they had just said, oh, thank you, angel, we appreciate that notice, we're going to pray harder, but we're here to stay. They didn't do that, Jake. They took Jesus to Egypt, and they kept him there until Herod was dead. They followed the command of the angel that said Herod wants to kill him. What if they hadn't? I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is they were obedient to the action required. Even I use the 6th chapter of Matthew often, where Christ told us, don't worry about what we eat, drink, and wear. Jake, have you ever met anybody that sets up in the morning and clothes float down on them out of the heaven? I haven't. We have to be intentional about those things that we eat, drink, and wear. We have to be intentional about the procurement of them and the management of them. We have to have our clothes, ready to put on. We have to have our food refrigerated. There's a process that goes into that that's on us. We don't just pray and all of a sudden there's a plate of food in front of us. I've been very fortunate in my life with real estate. The Lord has really given me some very good things that turned out great, but I wrote the check every month. And if I didn't, and I just went to the banker and said, God gave me this house, there'd be a problem, wouldn't there? But yet we treat security that way. And it's time to stop it. It's time to get past our silly little arguments of, oh my gosh, guns in church? How could you? I mean, and the other argument is everybody needs to be armed with their firearms showing as a deterrent. Neither is true. Somewhere in the middle is realism. And we just got to be intentional about protecting those we love.
Yeah, God takes care of make sure even sparrows are fed, but I still have to order pizza to make sure I get fed. Let's talk about some real things that you can bring to the table if you are called in as an advisor, as a consultant for a house of worship, a school, other soft targets. These are places madmen go because they're easy. That's right. I want to get into, we have to take a break, Carl, and I want you to stay with us, but I want to talk about things that you do. You do threat assessment, how vulnerable, where are the vulnerabilities in your building, in your house of worship. I want to talk about training, situational awareness, stuff that military and law enforcement learn. Where's the door? What's going on? That car that just parked, I've never seen that one. Situational awareness, establishing procedures, a lockdown procedure, knowing what you're going to do ahead of time, active shooter drills. These are things you got to do. Things are going to help. I want to talk about all that stuff, Carl, that you bring to the table. If you'll stay with us 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Friday. We're sort of talking about Wednesday's incident at the Minneapolis church. The shooting killed 2 kids, wounded a bunch more, and unfortunately not an isolated incident. These things happen in schools, in churches. They're soft targets, and whether God is on your side or you believe he is, it doesn't hurt to take some initiative and prepare yourself for stuff like this. This is the world we live in. Carl Chin does that. Carl Chin, the president of Faith-Based Security Network, helping keep safe houses of worship, schools, stuff like that. Carl, let's start right in with, let's do a walkthrough. Let's say you're brought in to consult on XYZ school or church. I think one of the first things you'll do is conduct a rapid threat vulnerability assessment. What is that?
Well, actually, here's the bottom line of what the Faith-Based Security Network does and what I do as president for it. I spent a great deal of time doing just that, going to churches, doing a risk-based risk analysis of where their vulnerabilities were, working with their pastoral oversight, getting them to accept the ideologies, then working it up through clear to the point of producing policy and procedure manuals. And what I began to realize probably 10, 12 years ago was that I'm one person. And everybody I'm helping as one person helping another. But what I began to see, Jake, was that there's a lot of people doing this across the United States who are serving their churches. They're doing the right thing. And the deeper I got into it, the more I saw that there were many doing the right thing the wrong way. And there was no standards. There were no... we were isolated. We were silos and stovepipes of information. Nobody was sharing information. So in 2016, I launched the Faith-Based Security Network. And what that is, it's the National Professional Membership Association of those who do what we're talking about here. We've got... right now, we're knocking at the door of 900 members in 47 states, and it's primarily about the collective acumen of many. It's no longer just my mind's ideas and based on my experiences, which helped. I was able to help a lot of single churches at a time do something. But now the Faith-Based Security Network is a nationwide network of people who are in this business. And wherever you live in America, there is some member in our network that has some sort of a resource or a product in your area of the country who can help you. I stopped trying to do it all myself. I just wanted to pull together the other people, and we're not in competition with anybody who does these things: risk vulnerability analysis, training, setting up policy and procedure manuals. In fact, some of the leading people in the nation who do that are members of the FBSN. And it's truly members helping members. We have a secure forum where members can sign in and say, hey, does anybody else out there have a backpack policy? Hey, we've got a guy that's a registered sex offender that wants to come to our church. How should we approach that? Hey, we've got some people who think we should have a long gun program with our church because we're a huge church and we've got big distances. And they get responses from other people who have been where they are. And so that's the primary thing that I do these days is serving the FBSN as the president. And every week we have seminars, we have online meetings, we have Zoom meetings, we have a lot of posted topics in our forum. And that's what we do now. And if somebody reaches out to us as a member and they say, hey, I'm in Akron, Ohio. Is there anybody in my area that could do a weekend firearms training with them? You bet. We can find somebody to get there. So that's really the main thing that I do now is I connect people with others, and I don't try to do it all myself anymore. For one thing, when you do that, I'm assuming that the things that I've learned in Colorado, which is where both of my incidents were, might be 100% applicable to somebody in Florida or in Texas or in California or in Montana. And most often, the best advice you can get is a mixture of those who have experienced the worst of the worst somewhere else, but also from those who are local, who understand local laws and who understand the local environment. You know, my churches in Florida are always concerned about a hurricane. My churches here in Kansas, now that I run things for the FBSN from Kansas, we love hurricanes because we get a little extra moisture that we need.
Yeah.
So it's different, and there are so many things that security means. It's more than just an active killer. There are so many things that are involved in this, and the ministry of connecting people and providing a platform where they can have discussions with each other. We've got a lot of folks from Wyoming, and Wyoming, as you know, is very dispersed. And they can hop on a Zoom call, and somebody from Laramie can be talking to somebody from Cody or Jackson and making connections and saying, hey, you're in the state, you understand state laws. What do you do about such and such? And each state has a group on the forum that can just talk to that group.
Yeah, I'm quickly seeing the necessity of an overarching group like yours, FBSN, the Faith-Based Security Network. Carl Chin, president of this, and I imagine, Carl, one last thing: the biggest thing when working with a house of worship, especially, is getting past convincing clergy that. This is the world we're in. They may think, oh, we don't need all this. And also, and I do want to talk about, not leaving law enforcement out of it. There has to be collaboration with law enforcement. There's got to be some kind of relationship there in case of an incident. So, yeah, go ahead and just wrap us up on some of the things that you suggest, how we could have done Minneapolis Catholic school shooting better. What did we learn from it? And what is the future of the world we're living in? Unfortunately, there's a spiritual battle going on, and evil people have access to firearms, and that's the reality of it.
Evil people have access to weapons of murder. We've got in that study that I mentioned that I started in 1999, we have discovered 2,361 deadly force incidents that occurred at faith-based organizations in the United States between 1999 and 2020. That's 22 years of data. Firearms are included 60% of the time. The second most common is a stabbing weapon of some sort. The third most common is automobile. I mean, everybody owns a 4,000-pound weapon, and sometimes those are weaponized. And that's not new to us because we've been studying this for so long. We understand the trends. And You mentioned law enforcement. The Faith-Based Security Network is a vetted organization. You have to evidence to us. You apply for membership. You don't get an automatic membership. You apply for it. And to become a member, we require evidence that you do serve a church in some sort of a leadership and or safety or security role, or that you are bona fide law enforcement with arrest capabilities. It's not open to the front desk clerk or the dispatch center. It's law enforcement with arrest capabilities, or that you're a first responder, a uniformed first responder, because our connections to all of those people are vital. And and when we have 10 things that we walk people through that are critical to the process of becoming ready, willing, and able. And the first one of those is get leadership buy-in. And once a church or a faith-based school or a faith-based organization of any kind makes it through that first hurdle, they're on their way to having true security for their school, for their church.
Carl, thank you so much. We're out of time. I appreciate you being on. Learned a lot. Carl Chin, president of Faith-Based Security Network, and we're talking about that Wednesday shooting in Minneapolis. Thanks so much. Have a blessed weekend. Keeping the flock safe.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy giant Repsol intends to build as many as 170 wind turbines on roughly 50,000 acres of private ranch lands and 6,150 acres of state lands.
I spoke to some people on this side of the issue that said there are significant environmental concerns. There's also safety hazards posed by the increased amount of construction traffic that'll come to the area. But on the other side of the issue, there's also some significant pros. One rancher told me that this is a land right issue, that people should be allowed to use their land how they want. And if they want to partner with a development like this, they should be allowed to.
The project plans to begin construction in 2027 and last until November of 2029. A Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper was hurt Tuesday when a semi crashed into a patrol vehicle on I-80 near Rawlins. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the trooper was leaving the scene of a prior crash at mile marker 201 west of Rawlins and attempted to turn into the median from the right shoulder when a westbound semi-trailer struck the left side of the trooper's vehicle.
There was a passenger vehicle that was hit by a semi that was driving erratically on I-80, and while first responders were responding to that, the Wyoming Highway Patrol, at least one trooper, was on the scene. When they were leaving the scene, turning out onto the highway again, they got hit by a semi. There's been a lot of discussion about how that was handled. Were the emergency lights on? But based on witness testimony from the scene, would that have mattered? Because people weren't exactly slowing down when they saw an active accident scene on the highways.
The trooper was taken to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rawlins with minor injuries and was released later that day. The truck driver was not hurt and was not ticketed. The three contenders for the Wyoming Senate seat vacated this month by Darren Smith are all pro-life, pro-ICE, and pro-restriction of sexual content in children's libraries. A group of Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members from Laramie and Platte counties on Monday chose Taft Love, Roy Burt, and Jeff Barnes as three nominees to fill Senate District 6. But as similar as their platforms are, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the three differ in how they'd approach those issues.
A lot of them agree on the issues, like they do not want sexually graphic books in children's sections of libraries. They tend to be pro-life. They want to work with ICE. And so it's interesting that even if you have these matching values across the board, if you give a man the power to rewrite state law, he's not going to use it the same way as his fellow candidate.
Smith, a Republican freshman legislator from the Cheyenne area, resigned from that seat August 11th so he could lead the U.S. Attorney's Office for Wyoming as the state's top federal prosecutor. The Laramie and Platte County Commissions are scheduled to choose one of the three nominees for the position on Friday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, if EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin thinks President Donald Trump should pardon a Cheyenne mechanic in prison for removing federally mandated emissions controls from diesel engines, he's not saying so publicly. Zeldin was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday to sign a letter of support to give the state control of its coal combustion residuals program. While he was covering that story, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson asked a question that's been on the mind of many Wyomingites who've been following the story of diesel mechanic Troy Lake.
He said, yes, I'm aware of it. His staff has researched it as far as what his opinion is on whether he should be pardoned or not. If President Trump wants his opinion, he'll give it to him, but he won't do it publicly or in the media.
2/3 of the members of the Wyoming House of Representatives sent a signed letter dated Tuesday to the Trump administration urging a pardon for Lake. In the letter, legislators expressed concern that the prosecution was used as a political statement. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a finally Friday. Then we have Don Dake coming up shortly with the day weather forecast. Andrew Rossi will pop in, tell us what he's been up to. He's got several stories in today's issue of Cowboy State Daily. Hopefully you get the paper delivered to your doorstep. That's metaphorically, sort of. I mean, the new way to get your newspaper thrown to you by the paper boy as he rides his bike down the street is to have the newsletter in your email inbox. It's so much more convenient, especially if you got one of them newspaper boys with a bad arm. Maybe he's destined for a baseball career with the Boston Red Sox. You never know where the paper's going to be. In the bushes, it's over there in the water, in the sprinkler, and it's all soggy now. Maybe he's taken out a window or two. That dang paper boy and his lousy arm. Paper is always dry and sitting on your doorstep. When you get the newsletter delivered, Cowboy State Daily Newsletter, make sure you sign up for that morning delivery. Safe and secure. President Trump has canceled Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail. I'm surprised it took this long, right? That should have been like a day 2 thing, knowing Trump. I'm surprised. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe, Trump was going over some bills. I just picture him in the Oval Office looking over a few things, something that Doge might have missed. And he says, what's this monthly expense for Secret Service detail plus 3? Secret Service 3. Well, President, your Secret Service 1, J.D. Vance is Secret Service 2. Secret Service 3 is protection offered to Kamala Harris. Oh, well, get rid of that, Trump says, strikes that out with one stroke of the pen. Trump cancels. CNN is saying Trump's canceling Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail that was extended by an undisclosed Biden order. I don't know what that means, other than maybe that's why it took this long for Trump to notice she was still getting a couple of agents to go with her to make sure she was safe. And I hope she stays safe. Former presidents receive Secret Service protection for life. Harris is a former vice president. She received 6 months of protection after leaving office, according to federal law. That period ended July 21st. However, the protection was extended for an additional year via a directive not made public until now, signed by then President Joe Biden shortly before he left office. So it was Sleepy Joe signed something to allow Kamala to get a year extra protection. Trump canceled this order in signing some piece of something. And yeah, I'm surprised again that it took this long. The CDC gets a new acting director, and there's controversy, turmoil. The old one was in there for what? Just like 4 weeks. And she's been fired, but she won't leave. Susan, who is the old one? She wasn't in there very long. And President Trump and RFK Jr. said there's a problem with she just isn't on the same game plans, isn't on the same page. Monarez. Susan Monarez, longtime government scientist. She was in the role heading the CDC for like 4 weeks. She was sworn in less than a month ago. And already RFK and Trump are saying that Monarez is, quote, not aligned with President Donald Trump's agenda. So her lawyers say it's because she's refusing to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated health experts. Trump and RFK Jr. are gutting the CDC. We know that. They're going through that agency with a fine-tooth comb, and RFK Jr.'s already gotten rid of a bunch of vaccines. I mean, we all know where this is going. Monarez being asked to step down or being fired is a little surprising, maybe not. But there's already a new acting director who has apparently no medical background. Is that an issue? If you run the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, should you be a doctor? Should you have medical training? The nation's top public health agency left reeling yesterday as the White House worked to expel CDC Director Susan Monarez and replace her with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s current deputy. That current deputy has no medical background, is what the complaint is from some. That's O'Neill, right? I lose track of all this political stuff. Yeah, that's in the news. The new CDC director, not a doctor, but plays one on TV. Maybe that's what the agency needs, a fresh approach, somebody who's not from the medical world, although, I don't know. People do think the Epstein files should be released. The Rock. I mentioned earlier that I'm just so over the whole Epstein thing. Can we just forget about him? People say, no, Jake, we can't. One of our listeners said, no, we can't. We need to know. This is super important. That's my paraphrase. What one of our listeners actually said is, Michael says, the Epstein case is one of the matters that define the soul of our country. To relent in the pursuit of truth is to submit to the will of the enemy. That's deep. That's going hard for one sexed up nut job that's dead. It's over. He's dead. He's gone. Were you part of his coke-fueled mansion parties that had girls everywhere? And are we surprised? I mean, is this a revelation that high people party and that they try to cover it up? Is this a surprise and a revelation that there are some who believe they're above the law, that are some that are so rich, so famous, so connected that they feel they're untouchable? It's not a surprise. There's always going to be people like that. Is there even an Epstein file? I don't know. I guess we continue with the witch hunt. Doug and Michael both are down with it. They say the Epstein case is more than just the Epstein case. It defines the soul of our country. I don't know if I'd go that far, but The Rock says we should look into the Epstein files. The oft-painted Rock south of the Wyoming-Colorado border is demanding the release of the Epstein files. So is everybody else. Why not a Rock, too? The Rock is famous in itself. Claire McFarlane, in her story, talks about Haystack Rock on U.S. Highway 287. It's worn many faces in the past. It's been painted over many, many times. Roving sentiments like F you, Rams. That would be Colorado. Go Pokes. Other messages ranging from memorials to birthday wishes to political outrage. The Rock has often been painted with a message. And now it's got a new one. Release Epstein files, says The Rock. The Rock has spoken. I'm looking at a picture of it now in the Cowboy State Daily, courtesy Travis Helm. Travis, thanks for the shot. Was it Travis that said he's never seen anyone painting it? It's weird. The Rock somehow gets painted, but nobody's ever seen it happen. Jeffrey Epstein's, where is the part where nobody's ever seen The Rock painted? That's the great mystery. Who does it? And when do they do it? I got to find out who said that. Never. I've never seen this Rock, actually. It's a little out of my 287. I really never drive that road. Okay, I got the guy. It's Northern Waters Communication Director called The Rock a First Amendment billboard. Helm, it is Travis Helm. Travis Helm says he's driven the road for 20 years. Always seen The Rock. He's seen all the messages. He would know 2 decades of witnessing The Rock, yet he's never seen the paint over taking place. He assumes people paint it at night. Helms says people are discouraged. People are angry. People don't trust the government. They don't trust political parties. They don't trust the very system. Yeah. Now that is, I agree. You know, Michael, you make a good point on the Facebooks. It's more than just Jeffrey Epstein and whose names might be in the file. At the heart of it, as Michael points out, as Travis Helms says, at the heart of it is a growing distrust in the government and political parties and the system. People are saying there's something funky going on. I mean, it's not just the Epstein case, but that's what's come to embody a growing distrust of everything. The whole system's corrupt, and The Rock knows all. As Claire McFarland points out in her story in the Cowboy State Daily, Haystack Rock painted over with a new message. 3 words simply: red, white, and blue. True blue American, release Epstein files. Is there really Epstein files? Remember, Trump said he was going to dig into it. He said, I don't know what those Democrats are hiding. And Trump should have been careful because I think he's in it too. I mean, Trump's been to the parties. We've seen the photos. He was buddy with Epstein. He should have known that his name would be in there. So Trump gets into office. His promise to the American people to release everything in the Epstein files is reneged on. What is he saying? There is no file? There's nothing to see here? And that, of course, immediately has Democrats now saying release Epstein files. Both sides want to see what's in there. So do, by the way, our constituents. So do our electeds in the state. Several senators, House members, they want to see what's in the files as well. I don't care what's in the files. There's naughty people doing naughty things. All of them. Every one of these suit-wearing politicians probably in there. Yeah, I got distrust too. I don't trust any of them. And you see that accident when the motorcycle was rammed by the Dodge truck? I don't know how this guy in the motorcycle survived this thing. Andrew Rossi has that story. Motorcyclist in the hospital, could have been way worse after getting smashed from behind on Wyoming Highway. This was on Don Day's here. Let's talk with him. This was Dodge Durango rammed into the back of this motorcycle rider, a Yamaha R6, hospitalized Tuesday night. This was on Wyoming Highway 221. And we got photos of the accident. It looks like the Dodge Durango has given birth to a motorcycle. I mean, it's just embedded in the front of that thing. Oh, horrible. Well, we hope that motorcyclist is going to be okay. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Maybe another day or two of dealing with some sprinkles now and then, but not a bad day across the state. And certainly by the time we get into the tail end of Labor Day weekend, glorious here, Don.
Yeah, Sunday and Monday especially. If we were to take a hard look at the Labor Day weekend, I want to highlight Saturday. Saturday is a day where there's going to be a fair amount of thunderstorms in the central and the east. I think western Wyoming will start to see the drier air come in tomorrow, and that will really ramp down the thunderstorms. But tomorrow is a day where thunderstorm activity will be fairly common in those areas. Sunday and Monday, as you mentioned, look really, really good. Usually Labor Day weekend can give us some nice weather, and we'll get it. We just kind of have to watch out for Saturday in some parts of the state.
Yeah, it looks like we set back up to enjoy more summer. It's not, despite the geese flying away. Good riddance, geese, you chickens. We got more summer left. I mean, it looks good. Next week, temps look pretty good. We're still squeezing summer out. What is the What's the long-term thing? What's setting up after Labor Day? Are we sitting under high pressure? Are we going to bask? What's the next thing coming in?
We've got another strong cold front due around Tuesday night and Wednesday, and this will really affect the north and east. We're going to see temperatures go back below average again for a lot of the state. Not all of it. I think western Wyoming will stay on the warmer side of things, but that's the way the summer's been, east and west. There's been always a different pattern, and we'll see that next week. I mean, next week, a lot of the nation east of the Rockies will be 10, 15 degrees below average. I mean, really fallish. There will be a little bit of moisture with that front, but not a lot. But what we don't see, Jake, is we don't see a springboarding back into a hot summer pattern. It really looks like fall. We don't see any hard freezes. We don't see any snow yet, but it's looking on the weather maps, it's looking like early fall more than late summer.
These pulses of cold fronts, leave in their wake less a rebound than we had. Like, we're slowly getting used to it not being summer anymore.
Well, and you're probably noticing the nights getting cooler. You know, the days are getting shorter. You know, it adds up. This time of year, if you look at the number of minutes, I don't know the exact minutes, but the number of minutes of less daylight every day up north in those higher northern latitudes starts to add up, and it starts to add up here eventually as well. So you're correct in saying that every time we get a cold front, it's harder to get back to where we were, and that's really the case. It's like a staircasing step down.
Yeah, right? That's what it's like. Yep, and it's slowly. Before you know it, you're not in summer anymore. It just creeps up on you like that. Darn it, weather.
I was out hiking last weekend, and I ran into a bugling elk, you know, and if I tried to decipher the bugle, and I think he told me fall's coming. I think that's what
That's what it was. You know, you should get together with Professor Stolinger. We talked to him yesterday at UW. He studies wind primarily for wind turbines and how they can better harness the wind. And he talked about, his turbulence models and wind flow being, it's almost like he can see wind. And he did talk about the tricky things with wind in Wyoming. It doesn't just blow out of the southwest constantly. It depends on terrain. It can change a little bit of drag. It has so many nuances to wind. You two could talk about wind forever.
Yeah, if you could see the wind, you'd be amazed at what you saw.
Yeah.
That's really true. Yes.
Complex, right? It's like,
Nothing's easy around here, especially when it comes to the wind and the weather.
I'm glad I can't see wind and I'm oblivious to it. I would be my mind blown. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Don Day weather forecast. Wind, that's a constant. A little bit of shower activity around the Cowboy State, but primarily not a bad day today. Might have to dodge a few showers and T-storms tomorrow as well, but Sunday and Monday, we're really like what we see across the Cowboy State. Let's take a break here and come right back at you. Andrew Rossi will be with us in a moment and more on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don't forget, or more positively said, please remember, we do have a studio line you can text whenever you want to join the conversation. 307-999-TALK. Easy to remember, right? Talk. 307-999-TALK. T-A-L-K. That works out to 8255. You can text anytime you want to shout out, shout down, shake your fist, whatever you want to add to the combo. Hopefully productive, but we'll take your angst if that's what it is. If you want to know what's in those Epstein files, feel free to pipe up. If you don't care, you can pass that along too. If it has nothing to do with Epstein at all, text 307-999-TALK. We'd be glad to hear from you. One of these days, President Trump has got to hear about the case of Troy Lake, right? I mean, at this point, there's been a lot of noise made in Wyoming. A lot of noise. Lake is the guy, Troy Lake, the 65-year-old. He's the diesel mechanic. Discovered by me, by the way, sort of. I was on this thanks to a friend. Thanks to a friend who gave me the heads up. He said, hey, there's this guy, and he's in prison. He's been in prison for like 6 months, and all he did was fix diesel trucks. So I think, all right. And the friend says, this is news. And I'm thinking, I don't know if it's news. I don't believe it is that simple of a case where a diesel mechanic was raided by the feds, the EPA, SWAT team, the whole bit, raids his garage. It says, where's the tools you're using to get rid of that emissions control system. The coal, whatever it is. And yeah, Troy Lake's got to be, when that went down, he's like, what the heck is going on? The EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, has now been asked about this case. It's gone as high as our own House members, state House reps, voted the other day. 2/3 of them, 41 of Wyoming House representatives, 2/3 of the membership, signed a letter dated Tuesday to President Trump saying, you got to pardon Troy Lake. This is an injustice, President. That's in addition to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman has been trying to get the president's ear about this. She doesn't like government overreach. Others have rallied to the cause. Certainly, Cowboy State Daily's made all the noise we can make by writing these stories. Holly Lake just wants to get her husband home. U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis voiced support this month for a presidential pardon. She was there Thursday where EPA director showed up. That's Lee Zeldin, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. It's the EPA that's put Troy Lake in prison, essentially. Their mandate, the EPA's mandate to control emissions from diesel engines. Basically, you know, this is the Biden era. Biden wants to get a handle on global warming, and that's carbon emissions, right? So now our cars can't be polluting. That we got to put diapers on our tailpipes. I don't mean that figuratively. Like, we literally have to put diapers on the tailpipes of diesel trucks because they're belching out, they're blowing coal, they're belching out all that black smoke. And essentially what the EPA mandate was to have an emissions control system mandated by the feds that would recirculate and chemically convert or burn diesel exhaust waste so that the emissions coming out of your tailpipe would come out twice. First, when it's filled with dirty particulates, your diesel would eat it, re-ingest the diesel exhaust, and then pump it back out again. So you think that's good for an engine? Is that healthy for your diesel engine? No, it's not. Troy Lake saw it as a real... Troy Lake says this is killing your truck, this EPA mandate. This chemical conversion of your exhaust, recirculate, you're breathing in your own bad air, and the engine's not getting clean air. It was hampering, crippling, incinerating diesel engines, costing big bills, dramatic repair costs. Trucking company owners were like, our trucks are breaking down. This sucks. What can we do? And Troy Lake started getting a reputation for a guy who can fix it. Really? What does he do? Well, he gets rid of that stupid system. He takes it out. And it wasn't easy to take out. It takes some knowledge. He had to work around the computer code, all that. Troy Lake knew how to do it. He's smart, knows how to do it. He deleted or helped delete these controls more than 344 times, the government says, between 2007 and 2020. And for that, for his diesel is wrench turning, he's now a convicted felon, sentenced to a year in prison, fined more than $52,000. Is this fair for just being a diesel mechanic, just working around a bad government idea and mandate. Well, Lee Zeldin was asked, can you get this guy out of prison? It's your rule, EPA. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin said, well, I can't. That's up to the president. He would not disclose his opinion. He was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday, by the way, to sign a letter of support to give state control of coal combustion residuals program. We'll talk more about that later. That concerns coal. But while he was there, he was asked to what his opinion on the Troy Lake thing was. What could he do anything about it? Lee Zeldin said, well, I'll tell you, any thoughts that I have to share will be shared with the president directly. I'm not going to tell you my opinion, he says, paraphrasing, but, quote, if the decision is made where I'm asked to speak publicly about what I share with the president privately, I will do so. He didn't say a pardon is on his radar or off his radar. He did say, Lee Zeldin, EPA Administrator, he said, I'm aware of this particular request. I have asked questions. I have all my facts. So if there's a discussion to be held, it's going to be held with the president and me. And I'm prepared for that discussion when that happens, Zeldin said. He didn't say if, so that's encouraging. He said when the president and I talk about Troy Lake, I'm reading between the lines a little bit, I'm going to be prepared to offer my opinion to President Trump, not to you or anyone else. He did. So he knows about it. He has an opinion about it. We're just not going to know until he and Trump get together. Meanwhile, Troy Lake's wife, Holly Lake, who we've had on this show, Holly's waiting for her husband, visiting him in prison. I don't know. What do you get? Like once a week, you get to see him through the glass. You get to touch hands through the glass there. You can talk on the phone. And then even when he gets out, he served half his sentence already. He's already done 6-7 months of the year where he's, guess what he's doing in prison? He's the diesel mechanic. So even the federal pen understands how useful Troy Lake's skills are. And even when he gets out, that's going to be on his resume. Convicted felon for tinkering with, monkeying with diesel trucks to make them run right. Holy cow. Never mind the Epstein files. Can we stop putting people in prison that were just doing a job? Let's get Andrew Rossi in here and see what he thinks. He probably doesn't have an opinion about this, but he does have an opinion about other stuff. Andrew's been busy writing some fantastic stories. The motorcycle crash, he's got that. He's got the other crash as well. We had a Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper hurt Tuesday. Semi-tractor trailer truck crashed into his patrol vehicle. This happens almost on a regular basis now. Slow down when you see emergency vehicles at work. Andrew Rossi, also the author of The Biggest Story of the Day, and an unfortunate one. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office confirmed yesterday, the body of Grant Gardner has been found and recovered from Cloud Peak in the Bighorn Mountains. That's the Minnesota hiker who went missing July 29th after summiting Cloud Peak. We finally have closure for his family, his wife and kids. He did not survive some kind of accident. We'll talk to Andrew about that when he comes on. We'll be right back with that on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this quick break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Friday. Here comes Rossi. Get ready. Andrew, what are you doing? It's Labor Day weekend.
You know, Jake, I want to lead with this. I was listening to your trivia session with Abby yesterday, right at the moment when she got every major city in Ohio. She remembered every major city in Ohio except the one that I'm from.
You did hear that.
I swear I'm not making that up. I just happened to tune in. I saw that Abby was on. I decided to listen to her trivia session, and right at that moment.
Oh, man, that's like a Murphy's Law of all the times to be listening. Yeah, and she even said, oh, if Andrew was listening, he'd be so ashamed. She remembered Columbus. Is Columbus the capital?
Yeah, Columbus is the capital, and Cincinnati's on the complete opposite side of the state. But come on, Cleveland.
She was nailing them all, even Cuyahoga Falls. No, that was me, maybe. But yeah, she blanked on Cleveland when I was trying to get her Cleveland girl. Yeah, I know. It's embarrassing. We love Cleveland.
No, let's not go that far.
Yeah. So let's see. What? Do you got plans for your Labor Day weekend? You gonna labor?
I'm planning to stick around and stay on top of the news for Cowboy State Daily. So that's the only thing on my agenda. Just making sure that we're staying up to date with everything that's going on.
You're gonna spend it laboring, yes. We knew this story was coming one of these days. We were hoping it was sooner than later, but yeah, the body of that Minnesota hiker found These people that found him, semi-hero. I mean, it's one in a million. I've been in that kind of situation where when you're looking for something, looking for anything outdoors. Sometimes, like sheds, shed hunting, antlers. Sometimes it's the time of day and your angle makes all the difference. You can be in the same area 100 times and not see something, and then all of a sudden you see it because it's 2:00. The sun's here, you're here, and you say, "Hey, what's that?" It's just a different, and that's how these people, were they from Carolina? They saw the backpack. Explain how we found Grant Gardner finally.
Yeah, so there was a group of experienced mountaineers who had summited Cloud Peak, which was the same peak that Grant Gardner was summiting when he disappeared on July 29th, or at least that's the last time anyone had heard from him. And they had set up base camp for themselves at about 11,000 feet in anticipation of climbing Mount Woolsey the next day. And that's when they spotted a glimmer from a spot off on a distance on a ledge. And that glimmer turned out to be from Gardner's backpack. And then they found Gardner's body in the vicinity of that backpack. But it's, as you said, it's just about the right timing and getting the right light to see these sort of things. And as Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn told me, not only was this a spot that they had searched multiple times, but that really wasn't the time of day when they were looking in that particular area, because they need to keep their people safe. So they would call the search off after a certain time of day so that they weren't up in the mountains when it was getting dark and more treacherous for them. So they wouldn't have been there at that time of day to see this. So he was very complimentary of the climbers who spotted it, because they immediately called the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office, and they changed their own plans. They abandoned their plan to climb Mount Woolsey so they could be there when the search and rescue personnel arrived, and they could guide them right to the spot. So it wasn't just we saw this thing in this approximate area. They offered to be like, "We're here. If you come up, we will take you to exactly where we saw this thing." And that's what led to the recovery of Gardner's body.
Oh, that was nice of them. Sheriff Blackburn said, we had this, remember the 20-day intensive search and rescue operation. They had flown that area. They had been around that area, but just I think Sheriff Blackburn mentioned that Gardner was wearing clothing that kind of blended in with the rocks. So it would have been very difficult to see him. Did Sheriff Blackburn also allude to what may have been the problem with Gardner? Did he fall? Did he encounter something that caused him to be wedged in the rocks?
No, he didn't allude to anything of that nature, because that's going to be determined by the Bighorn County Coroner's Office, and they're doing their investigation right now. So no word on exactly what happened or what might have happened. So all we know is that the body's been recovered, and then once the investigation is complete, they'll send him back home to his family in Minnesota.
Yeah. So Mount Woolsey is north of Cloud Peak. Do we know kind of where Gardner was going? Was he on the right track, like where he was found, or we still don't know that?
Still, details are kind of sketchy on that. I did ask Sheriff Blackburn specifically if he was heading for Mount Woolsey, and he said he said that there was no way that was the case. Mount Woolsey is a much more technical climb than Cloud Peak. And he said that the North Carolina mountaineers who ended up alerting them and helping them find Gardner, they had been practicing for a long time, so in anticipation of climbing Mount Woolsey. So it's not the same as getting to the top of Cloud Peak, even though it's not as high of a peak in the Bighorn Range. So and he said that based on what they know and based on what Gardner had told other people, he was going to summit Cloud Peak, and then he was going to head back. It was supposed to be a 3-day trip at the max, and obviously that's not what happened. But there's no reason to believe that he was going after Mount Woolsey. That would have been too far of a stretch, considering what you need to be able to do to summit that mountain. And that's something that Gardner would have known, because he was not an amateur. He had experience doing this sort of thing.
Yeah. He summited kind of late, 7 o'clock local time, and then said he was tired in a phone call or a text to his wife. He said, yeah, I made it to the peak, but man, it took a lot out of me. He was super tired. And then I, only because I geek out on map kind of things, I'm just wondering where, if somehow he was off track, if Woolsey is north of Cloud Peak, and if this group was there, north of Cloud Peak, and saw Gardner, he should have been exiting Cloud Peak to the southwest or west if he wanted to get back to his vehicle at the trailhead. He should not have been going north if that's where he was, and if they saw him from the north. Yeah, I don't know. And none of it matters. Grant Gardner, at least there's some closure for the family, his wife, his kids back in Minnesota. And yeah, I'm glad we, before the snow flies, we at least got this resolution to the story, Andrew.
Yeah, and as I'm sure you're very well familiar with, there's not always that level of closure when it comes to these things, because there's still a lot of people that we've covered stories on Cowboy State Daily, and those people still remain missing. We don't know where they are. I mean, we presume that they're probably deceased at this point because it's been months, if not years, since they disappeared, but they have not been found. So the fact that so many people put in so much time to look for him, hoping to find him alive, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. But the fact that another group of people pretty selflessly alerted the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office and canceled their plans for their own climb to bring closure to this family, that's pretty incredible. And it's a small amount of solace for the family at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes years later, these things, sometimes never. Yeah. This, man, just looking at the photos of, you got a couple of crashes you were looking at. Motorcyclist, Dodge Durango from behind. This looked like a Dodge Durango gave birth to a Yamaha R6. I mean, this thing was embedded. I can't believe this cyclist is not worse hurt. I mean, what's the injuries? What happened on Highway 221?
The photo doesn't even look like a crash. It looks like you've got something like right here if you're not aware of it.
Oh.
But yeah, no, speaking with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, they were unambiguous in saying that the motorcyclist's helmet saved their life. That there's no denying that, is that they were seriously injured. I don't know if they're still hospitalized, because that's just not the sort of information that they give out, as I'm sure a lot of us know. But the troopers said that, based on what they saw at the scene and the force of the impact, because bear in mind, it wasn't that the Yamaha motorcycle was hit while it was at a standstill. It was still moving at about 35 miles per hour, and then it got embedded that far into the front of the Durango. It shows you the force of the impact, and that threw the motorcycle clear off of the driver clear off of the motorcycle. But they did survive the incident, and they say it was because they were wearing a helmet. So let that be a testament to those things actually saving lives. That's why you have to wear them while you're on something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's not we don't have mandatory helmet law for motorcyclists, but it's a good idea. Certainly.
Well, in this case, they save their own life by wearing a helmet, and that's the long and short of it.
Yep. Seatbelts, helmets, Highway Patrol. How many, we have this relatively new rule, the move over law. If you see law enforcement on the side of the highway, just awareness to first responders working on the highway, man. You got to woe it down. I don't care if your lights are on, not on, if there's cops, if there's fire trucks, ambulance, just slow it down through there. These guys are putting their life on the line. Another accident involving Highway Patrol.
Yeah, and that's the same takeaway that I had as I was looking into it. A lot of people in the comments when the Wyoming Highway Patrol posted photos and details on the trooper, and then just to clarify, the trooper was in their vehicle when it got struck by the semi. They were pulling out back onto the highway, and then the semi struck them from there. And a lot of people were being critical without all the details, saying, well, I bet their lights weren't on or they didn't signal and everything. But then in learning more about the situation, you just have to ask, would that have mattered to an I mean, yeah, lights make you more visible, but people weren't slowing down as it was. So it's about that situational awareness in those circumstances, that there are people moving back and forth through an active scene where there's been an incident. There are first responders on that scene, and they might have to move a vehicle or move themselves out further than you might anticipate. So people just need to be more situationally aware in those circumstances and slow down and give something like that a wide berth, because we've got people who are trying to save lives and do their job as best they can in those circumstances. They don't need the added risk of potentially being hit by a vehicle moving at 80 miles per hour.
Yeah. Remember that tow truck driver who was in the Isla? Yeah. And he got hit not that long ago. Yeah. People got to be aware. Andrew, I hope you have some uplifting stories over the weekend. Dinosaur stuff or outer space, something like that.
It's nothing quite like that, but I do have a story about how they blew up a portion of the Madison River during the 88 fires in Yellowstone. So
Dude.
stay tuned for that one.
All right. I'll be watching for it. Thanks, Andrew. Have a great Labor Day weekend.
It'll be a blast.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. It is finally Friday on a 3-day weekend for some of us. Some of us are going to be laboring. Yeah, maybe. Top of the hour news next. Thank you for spending your Friday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. 2 proposed bills and 1 proposed resolution to either stall out or ban cloud seeding and other atmospheric manipulations were topics of heated discussion at the legislature's Agriculture Committee meeting on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that during a 4-hour conversation on the topic, Representative Mike Schmidt, an outspoken critic of cloud seeding, presented the 3 measures.
He handed those out to the committee, but they weren't in the advanced materials available to the public. I was able to get the gist what the 2 proposed bills, the first 2, were. One's a moratorium, a 10-year moratorium on cloud seeding to get some baseline water research. The other one is a ban on other kinds of atmospheric injections and radiations. And then the third one is this proposed resolution that Schmidt said he wanted to send to Congress.
The topics elicited strong emotions and concern from people who are saying that the skies just don't look right. The committee, by a show of hands vote, asked its staffers to formulate the 3 measures. The body of a hiker who went missing in late July has been found and recovered from the Bighorn Mountains. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the body of 38-year-old Grant Gardner was found on the northern route of Cloud Peak on Tuesday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Gardner's body was found by a couple of out-of-state hikers who happened to be at just the right place at the right time.
A team of experienced climbers from North Carolina had summited Cloud Peak on Tuesday, and as they were making camp, they spotted a glimmer from what turned out to be a piece of fabric on Grant Gardner's backpack. They immediately notified the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office, and they sent their search and rescue team up there. It had been obscured from view in several spots.
Gardner had summited Cloud Peak on July 29th, which was also the last time anyone had been in contact with him. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office mobilized a massive search and rescue operation on August 1st, which lasted 20 days. Granting Wyoming authority to regulate the byproducts of burning coal to make power, including coal ash, is a huge step for the state in getting out from under sometimes tedious and frustrating federal oversight. That was part of the message EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin delivered at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday during a signing ceremony for a letter recommending that the state be allowed to manage coal combustion residuals itself. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was at the ceremony.
What Wyoming will get, if this goes through, which it looks like it will, is autonomy to manage the program themselves instead of having the feds manage it through the EPA. The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin was here in Wyoming to sign a letter saying, hey, the EPA supports Wyoming doing this. They could do it at least as good, if not better than we can. So why not let them do it?
Zeldin said Wyoming is the 5th state to gain control of its own CCR program, adding that that's a nod to how important the state's energy industries are to America's strength. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
An oft-painted rock south of the Wyoming-Colorado border is demanding the release of the Epstein files. So are Wyoming leaders on the political left and right. Haystack Rock on U.S. Highway 287 wears many faces as people paint it with messages ranging from memorials to birthday wishes to political outrage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that on Wednesday afternoon, someone painted "Release Epstein Files" on the boulder's highway-facing side.
There's an attorney based out of Laramie named Travis Helm, and he drives past, they call it Haystack Rock. And yesterday it said, "Release Epstein Files," in all caps, red. And so Helm shot a photo of it. Despite being a chronic Trump hater, Helm finds himself in unusual company as top Republicans like Brian Miller and Representative Tom Kelly also want to see that list released.
While still campaigning for his second term in 2024, President Donald Trump said he'd have no problem releasing more official files relating to accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, including the client list. But this summer, Trump's Department of Justice walked back reports that Epstein kept a client list and declined to make more of the files public. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily show. It's a finally Friday. That means Bill Sniffen joins us on a Labor Day weekend. Go Pokes! Wyoming gets the win. I heard it was a hard one to watch, though. It was like 0-0 for the whole game, Bill. Real defensive struggle. Wyoming against Akron. But the Pokes pull it out on the road. 10-0, the shutout over the Zips. And we knew it. The reason they call Akron the Zips is because that's how much they scored yesterday. Zip. What a defensive effort.
Good morning, Jake, and you are an old sportscaster. I can hear it now. I watched the game, and
did you?
The oldest cliche on the planet when the offenses are kind of stinky. They say well, it's the first game of the season, and the cliche is the defenses are ahead of the offense. Well, let me tell you, in this case, Akron's defense, I think, is still in the cafeteria somewhere. They never did show up, but finally Wyoming's did. And boy, we got one heck of a fast little receiver in that Doer guy. I tell you what, man, he looked terrific, and the defense looked great. And I know that it's Akron's not a superpower, and I'll be real curious about next week because my sister graduated from University of Northern Iowa, and I grew up about 60 miles from University of Northern Iowa. That was always kind of a second-tier school in Iowa, and they've really made some changes. I think Wyoming will have its hands full, and I don't know who's be predicted to win, but I honestly don't think Wyoming would be the favorite in that game. It'll be very interesting. I think Iowa State's going to be way tougher than Akron, Ohio.
Yeah, Wyoming was 4.5-point favorite over Akron, so they covered 10-0. The biggest question mark coming into this season, I think, is Wyoming's defense, because they were disappointing last year. And if this is any indication, nice job by the D. And even if you're a fan of punting, you were super excited yesterday, I guess. A lot of punting.
Yes, there was. Like I said, the cliche is that it's early in the season and the defense is ahead of the offense. But let me say this, Akron's offense is still behind, but Wyoming it had some flashes. So if they can maintain, and that's Scott, runner is a pounder, and the quarterback looked better than I can't remember the name of the big guy that was our quarterback the last couple of years, but he was always disappointing. You know, we thought we had another Josh Allen, and we didn't.
I know. Evan Swoboda, he has all the physical skills. Like he's a big guy with a big arm, and he just, I don't know, he never worked. He's transitioned to tight end. Caden Anderson looked really good for a while. Then he threw a couple of balls on the ground, and we're getting there.
I think we are. It'll be fun to watch. And football I'm just like just about any male. I'm just so thrilled that it's football season again, and I'm all in for it.
Amen.
Jake, it's all good. Well, what else is going on, my friend?
What's in your background? I have to know. What is that? It looks so familiar.
Yes, it should look familiar. That is the Lake Hotel in Yellowstone National Park.
Okay.
I was there, of course. I made my 55th consecutive year. I went to Yellowstone. I did that in early August, and around August 10th, which was possibly the busiest day of the year. I don't know. And I think we talked a little bit about this last week, and it was predicting we may finally hit 5 million. And if they did, the August 10th may have been one of the biggest days of the year. And that was a Monday, and it was still, my gosh, it was just unbelievable. That the parking lots at Norris Geyser Basin and Grand Prismatic were literally so full, and cars were parked a half mile down the road. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, I was there the day after Christmas in Yellowstone, known as August 26th. It was not horrible. I've seen it worse, but it was still pretty busy. They're still coming to Yellowstone for sure.
Well, the key is really you got to follow Bill's rule, and I've told this so many times that I now take credit for it. I know superintendent told it to me one time, but it's the 6 to 9 rule. If you really want to see Yellowstone and the animals, get up early and go out 6 to 9. Then go in and have breakfast, because that's when all the tourists come out. And also in the evening, go out from 6 to 9, because when all the tourists go in for the night, then you've got the park to yourself. So that's everybody listening, and the rest of the day is fine. Just remember, you're going to share it with about 150,000 other people. Literally, that's not an exaggeration.
Definitely. If you want to be assured of that bear sighting, all you got to do is surround yourself with a lot of putrid garbage, some rancid meat. Ranger Steve Fry, who I think went on to parlay his experience that you're going to talk about into he superintended. He was at Glacier, and then he went up to Alaska. He's been at the greatest parks. But yes, his time in Yellowstone, he might have been on the low rung of the totem pole. Talk about the jobs Steve Fry was asked to do with a problem bear in Yellowstone back in the day. 38
years ago, and again, I've been going to Yellowstone forever, and happened to be up there, and I took a fabulous picture of a big old sow grizzly, which was very exciting to me, and published it in our newspaper and all those things. And we owned the newspaper in Lander at the time, but they couldn't capture the bear. They were practicing real humane stuff. They couldn't just shoot him, but they finally devised this unbelievable plan where some guy who grew the short straw, which apparently was Steve Fry, would literally get into the bear cage with all the putrid garbage and old beat and stench, and wait there for the bear to come into the cage. And when the bear gets that point blank range, you fire the dope dart or whatever it would be called that knocked the bear out. And Steve Fry volunteered to do this, and I wrote a column called "The Worst Job in the World." And I had sort of started a tradition in Lander where it can get really cold and really snowy, and it can get nasty. And I every year we do the worst job in Lander in the winter. And the winner one, the last I recall, the winner was the guy out there standing there with a hose at 20 below zero, getting the ice skating rink going. Now that's cold.
Yeah.
So anyway, I took that same theme and applied it to the summer. Who would have the worst job? And I thought, when I heard about what Steve Fry volunteered to do, I thought, you know what? I can't imagine. That would be the worst job I could imagine, because not only are you sitting there in the heat, in the putrefying foulness of all the all this garbage, but you could also get eaten alive. And I'm sure there were some people around with high-powered rifles to protect him, but there he was. My God, I think it was Bear 134 came lumbering finally up, smelling that food, and he pops her with the dart and knocks her out, and they load her up on a helicopter and fly her to someplace a long ways from the Lake Hotel, which is what's behind me. But that bear had really been bothering people. And then there was a boar, a male bear, that had been pursuing her, and they had to do a similar thing. But I don't think Steve had to be inside the bear cage for that one. That guy was a little easier to manage. But anyway, so that was and so I was looking for a story for this time of year for my column, and I got pretty good records on all these things. And I looked back and I found the worst job in the world, and it was in Yellowstone. I said, you know what? I can tell that story again. 38 years have passed. I think I'm not shy about repeating myself, Jake. So it's, but I updated it a little bit. And of course, I was at the Lake Hotel again, just about 3 weeks ago, and had an interesting thing. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but I wasn't going to be at the Lake Hotel very long, because I was just making kind of a quick hit trip through Yellowstone. But the sunroom there is kind of one of my all-time favorite places. So I went in there but anyway, I after I was done, I literally was headed out, and I saw a gal there, and she came up and says, "You're Bill Sniffen." And I said, "You're Heidi." And it was my nephew and his wife were there. And they had just gotten there, and I didn't know they were going to be there. But what an interesting coincidence. So again, you're in the park with 150,000 people, and you're only at this one place for 10 minutes, and it happens to intersect. So that was pretty special to see them. Spend a little time with them, and then I hit the road and did my thing. But getting back to the problem bears, it's again, I've been around so long, and we've talked a little bit about this, but my first trip to Yellowstone, they were still feeding the bears. The bears would walk up, and people would feed them out of the windows of their cars. I mean, and that was actually the number one tourist attraction to go to Yellowstone, was to feed the bears and see the bears. And it was uncanny. And a couple of brothers, what were their names? Craighead, I think. They led the charge to get. They said, "This is crazy," and and correctly. I mean, for 30 years, they didn't pick up the garbage in Yellowstone. They just dumped it in garbage piles, and all these bears would come by. And I think the word is habituated. They became very used to being around humans and human food. And somebody said, this doesn't. Maybe we need to put the natural back into natural park. And so anyway, but that anything to do with Yellowstone, is high on my list. I'm always interested in it.
You were ahead of your time with dirty jobs like Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs. Ranger Fry had the dirtiest of all. Man, that's a interesting story.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that was like. Yeah, it was interesting. The head ranger back then was Dan Shawley, and he is the father of Cam Shawley, who is the current superintendent. And I did check on Fry. I think he's still alive, and I think he's retired now. But you're right; he went on to a very successful career all over the national park system. And it seemed like he was at Katmai or Katmai, Alaska, which is
he was,
which is a spectacular place.
Had great firefighting experience, which he brought to Glacier when he was in Montana. He was incident command on some big fires. What a career for that guy that began sitting in a pile of rancid meat waiting for a bear to come along.
In my laziness as an old guy, I'm sorry, Jake, but I should have reached out and tried to find him and talk to him, but I just didn't have time, so it didn't work out.
Yeah, I would love to catch up with him. I did look him up because I wanted to see whatever became of this guy. Did it get better for him? And it certainly did. One last thing, Bill. What do you think about this Troy Lake, the diesel mechanic that's now he's doing a year in prison? He's halfway through. We just had the EPA administrator admit that, yes, we've heard about this. I may talk to Trump about it. Certainly President Trump has got to have heard the noise now. And do you think he'll pardon this guy?
I actually think he will if he'll just take the time. I mean, I would think that, it's everything the EPA was doing and all this bogus science, frankly, junk coming out of California that just made life miserable for people across the rest of the country. It was just, I don't know. I hope he gets pardoned. I think he deserves to be pardoned. It was a miscarriage of justice, but on the other hand, he did break a law that was in existence. So there could be a compelling argument that he should serve maybe a little more time or something. But my sympathies are with him. I've got a big old diesel pusher motorhome, which is for sale, by the way. I've decided that.
I saw that.
My days of I loved every second of it, but dealing with diesel stuff, modern diesel vehicles, luckily mine was old enough that I didn't need to do a lot of stuff with it, but they had altered, I think, the diesel fuel a little bit, that I had to put additives in my fuel all the time, and it was just. The problem with exhaust, as I always was told, is that even though the diesel exhaust looks ugly and smoky, the invisible exhaust out of cars was actually more dangerous for a person and maybe even for the environment. I don't know. But so it was the idea that just because you could see that smoke made it much worse. But I don't know. I'm not an expert on anything like that. But yeah, I have to tell you that somebody out there wants an unbelievably really nice motorhome that's got Wyoming bucking horse cowboy logos all over it.
Yeah,
I'd love to sell it to somebody that's been reading my column and maybe said, "Boy, I don't know if I could ever do what that crazy sniffing does. But let me tell you what, I'm not crazy, but Jimmy Orr would always put these funny things in the Cowboy State Daily saying, here's Bill sniffing parking his RV. Oops, it went over the cliff. And I said to Jimmy, I said, please quit doing that because I am old enough that I might do that someday.
Yeah.
And then everybody will say, well, of course, we knew he was going to do that. But it's but no, I'm a very cautious person, and I've never hardly even had a close call with it. But it is interesting when you're lumbering down the road with 32,000 pounds of motorhome and towing a car, and you're probably 60 feet long, and and I'd never had any problem pulling driving a big rig like that. And I had two friends that bought 40-foot motorhomes the same time I did, and within a year they sold them. They were terrified, and nobody could figure out why. I had no experience driving a big rig or driving things, but the key was I was a pilot for 30 years.
Yeah, I was going to say that, the pilot experience.
If you can fly an airplane, by God, you can do just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that is a hard thing to learn to master. And so that was the way I always figured it. But again, my wife's health has taken a turn to where she can't be in the motorhome, and I'm also in my 80th year, so I'm not so sure I should be driving one. So somebody's going to get a real nice rig, but anyway, thanks for letting me do the plug there, Jake.
That's our classified section of the morning. Bill Sniffin's Home Away from Home. His home on wheels is for sale. Don't miss the opportunity.
I should have put it in the background, Jake.
And then I think Troy Lake, I think that maybe the one way out without the pardon is to let him be paroled after serving less than a year. Everybody else gets paroled. Parole him after 8 months, and then expunge the felony record. If you can do that, if there's such a thing, don't let him live with a felony conviction. Maybe that's the best compromise. I don't know.
I think that's a great plan, Jake. That would be really fair, and it's dealing common sense. That's what we need, is common sense.
You know it.
Okay.
Have a great Labor Day weekend.
See you next Friday. Thanks.
You bet. Bill Sniffen on the show. We're going to talk to a gubernatorial candidate, Joseph Kibler, on the show right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don't know where Joseph has gotten to. He's declared he's running for governor 2026. Kibler announced his candidacy quite a while ago. He's one of the early ones in. No political background for him, he admits, but maybe that's exactly what we need. A non-politician. That's what Joseph would say. Kibler also, full disclosure, anytime you talk to him, he'll say, I wasn't born in Wyoming. I'm from Southern California. But I got out of that communist state in 2020. He actually calls it communist state. He and his wife, Charity, and 3 kids left California, he lives right outside of Cheyenne. He's never run for elected office before. If you told him he was going to run for governor of Wyoming back in 2019 when he was living in California, no way. No way would that have been on Kibler's radar. If you would have told me he was going to be on the show at 8:25 this morning, I would have said, yeah, that's what we talked about. That's what we agreed, but no way. He's, I don't know what happened. Sometimes people get caught up with real life. Me, my real life is this. I mean, I would never forget. This is what I do. Let's do this day in history in the absence of gubernatorial candidate Joseph Kibler. This day looks like this. August 29th, 1865, General Connor led 125 Michigan cavalrymen and 90 Pawnee in an early morning assault on an Arapaho village. This was along the Tongue River on this day. This battle was significant for several reasons. One, first and foremost, the loss of lives. 63 Arapaho were killed in the battle. It took place right around the current location of where you would find Ranchester. It's the Battle of the Powder River Expedition, the last battle of the Powder River Expedition, right along the Tongue River, when General Connor and 125 cavalrymen, 90 Pawnee encountered this encampment of Arapaho. Now, at the time, the Arapaho were not involved in any hostilities against whites. But they would be after this. Talk about inciting a nation. 1,000 Arapaho horses were taken or killed. 63 Arapaho killed, 18 men, 18 women and children taken hostage. The battle is notable for really touching off bad feelings between the Arapaho and the United States. Previously, there had not been hostility, but after this, the Arapaho would align with the Sioux and the Cheyenne right through the 1870s, and then leading up to the Battle of Little Bighorn, of course. This day, 1870, Mount Washburn in Yellowstone National Park ascended for the first time by members of the Washburn-Langford Doan Expedition. Somebody finally climbed Mount Washburn, or at least the first recorded incident of the summiting of Mount Washburn, 1870 this day. 1899, Wyoming volunteers returned from service in the Philippines. They came back to the port of San Francisco on this day, 1899. August 29th, 1900, the Hole in the Wall gang made their final train robbery near Tipton. The Wild Bunch robbed the Union Pacific number 3 at Tipton, Wyoming. They took about, one report says $45,000. Another report said about $30,000. William Carver, Kid Curry, Butch Cassidy, and the Sundance Kid robbed the UP train of, let's say, somewhere between 30 and 45 grand. Charles Woodcock had the misfortune of being on the train. He was the express messenger for the Union Pacific. He was on the train when it was robbed, and this would be the last train robbery of this gang before they were finally dispersed, caught. It's famously depicted in the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. In Lovell, the Medicine Wheel was designated as a National Historic Landmark in 1970. 1971, the Casper Buffalo Trap was discovered. And on this day in 2004, a 3.8 earthquake occurred approximately 95 miles outside of Gillette. All these things happen on this day in history. So should we take a break? No, let's do the rodeo thing as we do after this day in history. I'm ready to rodeo. What about you? Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show with Will Rasmussen.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Magic Valley Stampede in Twin Falls County, Idaho. One of the major rodeos on this Labor Day weekend. And speaking of Labor Day weekend, our 3-day end of summer, I have some fond memories of me, my family, and my dad. I'll share them with you on the Road Show, coming up next.
I'm Tim Canterbury, a cow-calf producer from Colorado, serving as the president of National Public Lands Council. And I want to invite you to join PLC in the Grand Canyon State in September for our 57th annual meeting. Hear from federal agencies, discuss important issues like land access and ownership, and learn about emerging threats to Western agriculture by joining us in Flagstaff September 16th through the 18th. Learn more online at publiclandscouncil.org.
Hello everybody, this is Ty Thompson of Northern Livestock Video here in Billings. We're coming up on the final video sale of the season. It's our September 15th fall premiere sale. That consignment deadline is right here at the end of the month. If you want to be part of that good sale, be sure and get a hold of us. We've got record-breaking prices with tremendous demand. That sale's September 15th, the fall premiere sale. Consignment deadline August 31st. Go to northernlivestockvideo.com or give us a call anytime at 866-616-5035.
I was thinking the other day, as I do every day going into the Labor Day weekend, how we as young Rasmussen kids have the opportunity to follow the rodeo trail, and we always did when we were kids with mom and dad. And for 30 years my dad announced the rodeo in White Sulphur Springs, Montana on Labor Day, and my mom timed, and all of us kids went. As a matter of fact, that's where my brother Flint, 8-time world champion rodeo clown and PBR entertainer, did his very first rodeo, was in White Sulphur Springs. And I remember we always rushed home from the rodeo so we could get to the first day of football practice. And boy, that was a long time ago. And so White Sulphur Springs was always a special place for us, but more importantly, it was a more special place for my mom and dad, who did that rodeo for years and years together, and we grew up on Labor Day. Remember the reason for our 3-day weekend. Thank you to all the working men and women. And it also means it's my dad's birthday. He's 87 years old this year, September the 1st. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back and we're gone again. We'll take a quick break, come right back with Cooking Wyoming. Piper's waiting. You can smell something good in the kitchen. Right back at you on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, Labor Day weekend, and it's Cooking Wyoming with Piper. Here's what's on the menu, if I have it right. We're going to learn how to cook with beef tallow because the whole world's doing it, right, Piper?
Oh my goodness, Jake, I'm having some technical.
Oh. You can't hear me? I hear you fine.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. And your camera looks fine. Yeah. Everything looks good for me.
I can't hear you at all.
Okay. That's probably bad. Or maybe not. There's probably some that'll say, that sounds good. We can't hear Jake. That's just perfect.
Well, we'll make it work. I can hear you just very slightly. I just can't put you back on the stand. And we got my dog in the background this morning. Can you hear her barking at the mailman delivering our mail?
No, I don't hear that. But
Just a second.
yeah, I got a cat in the background that can meow. Oh, look at you. We're going to go get the mail with Piper. We don't get mail delivered here in Jackson. Isn't that weird? We don't have a mailbox. We don't have mail delivery.
I know. I have sound now. Let me put you back on the camera.
Yeah. Oh, I see something that looks delicious. I'm starving today. I'm always hungry on Friday mornings. Always.
Can you see everything?
Oh, I can. Yes.
Okay, there we go. There we go. So Jake, we're cooking with tallow this morning.
I know. Why is beef tallow so popular right now?
Oh, because people are just learning about what it can and can't do. Can you still see me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It has so many great benefits. You know, it's one of those fats that, historically, it was one of those fats that were used regularly, in the slaughterhouses, just to really use every single part of the animal, so you weren't wasting anything. But it has such a great use as far as skincare, hair care. Oh goodness, they make it into candles and soaps, but I love it as a cooking ingredient. It has a really high flame point, which means you can cook it at a really high temperature, and it doesn't burn, which means you get, if you can see this, Jake, I made these the ultimate French fries today, and these are kind of poached in the tallow, and look how golden brown it is. These are so gorgeous and crispy. You can only get that with an oil that's clarified, which is what tallow is. It's actually the suet, if anybody remembers that word suet, which is the fat that's around all the organs in the animal. So it's really clean fat, and when you clarify it, it achieves that really high flame point, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, we're talking about tallow, which doesn't always have to be beef tallow. Tallow is the rendered form of suet, as you said. They can be beef, it can be mutton. It is a fat that was, it got a bad rap back in the day. It was the way everyone cooked, and certainly our pioneer forefathers and foremothers. And then there was there's this thought that, we shouldn't have these saturated fats. That's it's bad for your heart. And all of a sudden, everyone was convinced to switch to seed oils, and we were doing vegetable oils. Then we find out, they have trans fats. I don't know if they're healthy. I don't know what's healthier, but that we are certainly moving back to tallow. We're seeing it everywhere.
Everywhere. And you're right, it is good. Your body knows what to do with it. Those other fats that are more manufactured, or I'm going to call it less clean, because this is such a beautiful fat to cook with. I mean, it has such great structure from a cooking standpoint. Look at how tall my cookies are. They're ridiculous. They hold their structure. And it gives a deep richness to the cooking as well. I mean, look at these biscuits. These are classic biscuits. I just substituted. Literally, just take your favorite recipe and substitute for any butter or fat, the tallow, and you'll have a wonderful transformation in your baking. It'll have a great height. And look at how tall these are. My grandmother couldn't get them this tall.
Wait, so is that something that you're trying to achieve, is height? I've never heard of that reference.
Yeah, well, biscuits, biscuits, you don't want them real thin. You want nice, big, fluffy biscuits.
Yeah.
And these are about an inch and a half, almost 2 inches tall. The tallow just held its structure. I made these. These are, I went crazy, Jake. I couldn't stop. Once I started cooking, I started experimenting more. This is a hand pie. It's a beef hand pie. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's elk. It's an elk and mushroom. Hand pie, and look at the pastry. It's got this great structure to it. It's not falling apart. It's got a nice body to it. This is something great to take on a picnic. And it's just beautiful. What else did I make? So I made my cookies, I made my biscuits. So I made this giant cookie here, if you can see it. So it's an enormous cookie, kind of like a blondie, but it made it with white chocolate and dried cherries. And again, it has this great structure to it that I've never seen before. I've never cooked with tallow before. So this was a great experiment to see what it does from a culinary standpoint. And it really, Jake, it adds this deep richness to everything that I've made. I can't wait to dive into it all.
Richness, height, and that browning. I don't know that you get that specific kind of gold browning. I love the color of it.
Right? Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how gorgeous, deep and brown and caramelized I'm going to call these ultimate French fries, because what I did is I first poached the potatoes in the tallow at a lower temperature, and then I fried them. And oh my goodness, they're going to be pretty yummy.
Is that the potatoes confit?
Yes, because confit is one of those fancy French words,
Mhm.
and what it means is anything poached in an oil or a fat. So you usually think about confit with duck confit, where they poach the duck, and it makes it really deep and rich. And it's actually a preservative process, so you can preserve things for a long time if it's been sealed in fat.
Yeah.
Right?
And this is a slow process, right? When you talk confit.
It is. It is. It takes a couple of hours. You cook it at a really low, slow temperature.
Yeah.
And then you let it cool in the same fat. And that's where it gets that that texture change, where it gets a little more creamy with the potato. And then once it cools, it kind of develops a firmness that then you can fry at a later time. And oh my goodness, look at how gorgeous those are. They're just
That looks good. I need the smell-o-vision to get some smell in here.
Smell-o-vision.
Is this, when I watch like an old movie or something, I see somebody like cooking with lard. Is tallow lard? Is that different?
Tallow is clarified. It is not the same as lard. Lard is typically a pork product, from my understanding. Did you look it up and see the same thing? Lard to me has more of a pork connotation. The tallow can be applied to just any animal. You could do elk tallow. You could do buffalo tallow. This happens to be beef tallow, and you can get it at your local butcher shop. This is what it looks like. It kind of looks like a creamy, yellowy version of shortening. And I got this at the local butcher shop. So this was at Flying E Meats out in Grable. You can also get it at Legacy Meats, but I've seen it at other local butcher shops throughout Wyoming. You can get it. You can have it if you're hunting. Ask your what do they call the places where you have your meat broken down and processed?
Yeah, your processor. Yeah.
You have your processor save the tallow for you. They'll render it for you.
Oh, now you did get to my next question, was how do, we're not harvesting our own tallow anymore, most of us. And so we need to go get it. Not all tallow is made the same or is the same. So you can go out and buy it. It might be a little harder to find than some things. I don't know. If you go to your Albertsons, are you going to find beef tallow? Where can you find it. And what are the differences? Some people say, try to get it more pure or get more organic. I don't know if there's different versions of tallow.
So tallow is tallow, so it's going to always be the rendered version of suet.
Okay.
And you're right. You're right. You're not going to necessarily find it at Albertsons. You could probably ask the manager to bring it into the shop, into the store for you, but really you're going to find it at your local butcher. And there's so many wonderful processing storefronts throughout Wyoming. I know there's one in Worland. There's one here in Cody, Legacy Meats. There's out in Powell, out in Wapiti. They're out in Grable. They're everywhere. So you can look them up, patronize them. There are local shop owners, and ask them for tallow, because this is something that gets thrown away if it's not rendered and turned into a product that you can actually use.
All right. Shout out to my local restaurateur, Joe Rice, who also has a place up there in Cody. He switched over, at least Mary Piglet's. If you go to Mary Piglet's the Mexican restaurant in Jackson, they switched all over to tallow. It's on their menu saying no more vegetable oil. They're frying in tallow. Can you tell the difference? Could you tell the difference?
Yeah.
You could.
Oh yeah. Anybody who went to McDonald's, so we'll use McDonald's.
Yeah.
Years ago, that's what they used to fry their French fries.
Yeah.
Their French fries, if you go now, they're terrible. It makes a huge difference because it gives that unmistakable crispiness that you cannot achieve with a vegetable oil, because you can fry it at a higher level, and it just has that crispiness that you can't get with anything else. I mean, tallow is really, I'm glad we're rediscovering it, because it is a golden ingredient in your cooking arsenal.
Birds know. Birds eat suet. Look how smart they are.
Right?
They never got the message we were supposed to switch over to vegetable oil. Yeah, at one time, this nation, we did our cooking in tallow, beef tallow, mutton tallow. And then, it was like a propaganda campaign. Oh, saturated fat bad for you. We got to go to vegetable oil. And I don't know. We might have.
It does sound like a propaganda campaign.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm baking with all these things, Jake, I'm not tasting what you would, people were going to say, well, doesn't it taste like beef when you're cooking with it? No, it doesn't. It just has this deep, rich background flavor, more rich than butter. It has that crispiness to it. I recommend doing it. Just try it in all your recipes. Just substitute it out, and you'll see what a great, it'll be reminiscent of what you remember your grandmother making for you. Those crispy, flaky pie crusts. I couldn't stop. I kept experimenting.
Yeah.
Pie crust, cookies, French fries, you name it.
I think this is the future of cooking rediscovered again. The future is the past. We're repeating ourselves in a good way. I like tallow. Have you tried it? You seem to have a special glow to you, Piper. Have you applied topical?
I haven't yet. It does have those anti-aging components to it. Some people say it clogs pores, some people say it doesn't. So however it suits your skin. I would not put it on if I was going out hunting. It does have a fragrance.
We've learned that.
You could be bear bait, but other than that, it makes wonderful lip ointment. So that's fabulous, and it doesn't feel greasy, which is nice.
See, now I thought it would feel greasy. No? Wow.
No, it's quite nice.
Well, I like everything there at that spread. Beef tallow, mutton tallow. Yeah, Piper's cooking with tallow. Cooking Wyoming is all about getting back to tallow. That's the way the whole world was doing it. before when we were doing it right. Okay.
I think it's going to become pretty much mainstream again.
Yeah.
It's a really clean fat to work with.
And
the allergies, low allergy.
Oh.
Yeah. Whereas butter, you've got the dairy allergies. You don't have the same thing with tallow. It's just like using olive oil, basically. Or it just doesn't have those same allergy components to it.
And again, as far as everybody wants to do also sustainability and getting back to basics, this is like a no waste thing as well. When you're talking about, if you're one of those people that hunts, like this is your animal, using every bit of it and not letting
every bit of it.
Not going to let it go to waste.
Not at all.
Excellent. Have a fantastic Labor Day weekend, Piper.
Oh, you too, Jake. Have fun.
Send some of that food over. Send the spread.
I know. We got to send it over.
We'll see you.
Have a great weekend.
Cooking Wyoming, it's Piper, and she's cooking with tallow. That was potatoes confit. I guess the Mormons would call them funeral potatoes because they're easy to make, and you bring them to funerals. Supposedly. Yeah, we gotta take a break for top of the hour news. Thank you for spending time with us on this finally Friday. It's the Friday of a Labor Day weekend. Remember, you can hear us on radio stations across Wyoming. Coming at you from Torrington. Hello, KGOS. Howdy, KRAE, Cheyenne, KTUG in Riverton, Jackson, and KYDT Sundance. Every Monday through Friday, we're live on X, Facebook, YouTube, and on the homepage, CowboyStateDaily.com, and you can run it back on demand wherever your favorite podcast can be found. We do it all. It's time for news. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy giant Repsol intends to build as many as 170 wind turbines on roughly 50,000 acres of private ranch lands and 6,150 acres of state lands.
I spoke to some people on this side of the issue that said there are significant environmental concerns. There's also safety hazards posed by the increased amount of construction traffic that'll come to the area. But on the other side of the issue, there's also some significant pros. One rancher told me that this is a land right issue, that people should be allowed to use their land how they want. And if they want to partner with a development like this, they should be allowed to.
The project plans to be in construction in 2027 and last until November of 2029. A Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper was hurt Tuesday when a semi crashed into a patrol vehicle on I-80 near Rawlins. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the trooper was leaving the scene of a prior crash at mile marker 201 west of Rawlins and attempted to turn into the median from the right shoulder when a westbound semi-trailer struck the left side of the trooper's vehicle.
There was a passenger vehicle that was hit by a semi that was driving erratically on I-80, and while first responders were responding to that, the Wyoming Highway Patrol, at least one trooper, was on the scene. When they were leaving the scene, turning out onto the highway again, they got hit by a semi. There's been a lot of discussion about how that was handled, were the emergency lights on, but based on witness testimony from the scene, would that have mattered? Because people weren't exactly slowing down when they saw an active accident scene on the highways.
The trooper was taken to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rawlins with minor injuries and was released later that day. The truck driver was not hurt and was not ticketed. The three contenders for the Wyoming Senate seat vacated this month by Darren Smith are all pro-life, pro-ICE, and pro-restriction of sexual content in children's libraries. A group of Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members from Laramie and Platte counties on Monday chose Taft Love, Roy Burt and Jeff Barnes as 3 nominees to fill Senate District 6. But as similar as their platforms are, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 3 differ in how they'd approach those issues.
A lot of them agree on the issues. Like, they do not want sexually graphic books in children's sections of libraries. They tend to be pro-life. They want to work with ICE. And so it's interesting that even if you have these matching values across the board, if you give a man the power to rewrite state law, he's not going to use it the same way as his fellow candidate.
Smith, a Republican freshman legislator from the Cheyenne area, resigned from that seat August 11th so he could lead the U.S. Attorney's Office for Wyoming as the state's top federal prosecutor. The Laramie and Platte County Commissions are scheduled to choose one of the 3 nominees for the position on Friday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, if EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin thinks President Donald Trump should pardon a Cheyenne mechanic in prison for removing federally mandated emissions controls from diesel engines, he's not saying so publicly. Zeldin was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday to sign a letter of support to give the state control of its coal combustion residuals program. While he was covering that story, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson asked a question that's been on the mind of many Wyomingites who've been following the story of diesel mechanic Troy Lake.
He said, yes, I'm aware of it. His staff has researched it. As far as what his opinion is on whether he should be pardoned or not, if President Trump wants his opinion, he'll give it to him, but he won't do it publicly or in the media.
2/3 of the members of the Wyoming House of Representatives sent a signed letter dated Tuesday to the Trump administration urging a pardon for Lake. In the letter, legislators expressed concern that the prosecution was used as a political statement. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Well, I'm not sure that Jake Nichols knows, but I think we're on live. So Jake's working on other things. Jake, hey, how are you?
Yeah, Jake has real problems.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but hi, Wendy. Good to
Hi,
have you on.
Jake. Don't like hearing that there's problems.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need a minute to figure it out. Okay. I think I got it, maybe.
Got it. All right.
What's happening with
Awesome.
you? Labor Day weekend, Friday. Is it a 3-day weekend for you, or is it just more laboring?
Oh no, I never get 3-day weekends.
What's that?
Yeah, I know. No, that's a joke. That's the problem with 3-day weekends and working with the news is that the radio stations that I provide news for, it's 5 days a week. Even on the only days that I don't have to do a newscast are Christmas and New Year's. Otherwise, radio stations across the state, they just have their regular news cycle and their regular, traffic logs. So there's a newscast every day, and that's okay, except for Saturdays and Sundays. So and of course, the way our newscast works, folks, a little behind the scenes magic here is we gather the news from the day before so that you have it first thing in the morning, but we do it at night. So I'm really not up at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning putting together a newscast. We do it all in the evenings.
I am.
So you are. Yeah.
I'm up early. Yeah.
But I used to have to do that. And I don't have to do that anymore. But I stay up way late. Last night was a late news night, so we had late stories coming in, and that's just kind of the way the news works. But I did just get off like 10 minutes ago from my podcast guest for this weekend. Usually I try and record earlier in the week, but this is the day that she could make it work. So I've got the coolest podcast guest, and I'm going to get her on your show, Jake. Her name is Christy Thompson, and she was for a long time the public information officer here in Cody for the Shoshone National Forest. And so she now works for the United States Forest Service, like their labs as the congressional relations for all the science that the Forest Service is doing, making sure that our congressional representatives and senators know about all and understand what the Forest Service is doing to make better, more bug-resistant trees, to grow more bug-resistant trees, whether it's, she said something really interesting, the OSB that our houses are made of, that was developed in a Forest Service lab. So it's just really fascinating, the stuff that I learned with all of these guests. But the really interesting part of her life is that she is public information officer for incident management teams for all the wildfires. So she knows all about what it takes to be a wildland firefighter, to communicate with the communities and stuff like that. Anyway, fascinating gal. And I've known her forever, so I was really tickled to be able to get her on our podcast.
Wow. She sounds like the exact counterpart to somebody I know at the Bridger Teton, the PIO, Mary Cernicek, who also went through special training. They got to do special training for the IC for wildfires.
They do.
Yeah.
So they are contemporaries.
They must know each other.
Job.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. They do the same job.
Huh.
So, but yes, Christy is awesome. And so I was so tickled to be able to get her on the roundup. And so you'll all get to share in that conversation tomorrow morning. So I'm working on that as we speak. After we're off here, I'll get all that put together. But yeah, too fun.
I'm excited to be enlightened. That'll be interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really is.
And please, tell her we need her on the show for sure.
Yep. I've got her dad also, who does a lot of stuff with outside hunting and helping people get out there and hunting, get into the outdoors. And so going to get him on your show too. So she's sending me your contact information. She's hooking me up. It's great.
Yeah, you should get, I'll trade you that guest for, you should get, I just talked to a couple days ago, the state forester, first female state forester of Wyoming, Kelly Norris. She's so good. She has such energy, Wendy. I mean, she's easy to talk to.
I like her already.
She has energy. She'll talk all about the forest. I didn't even know like all the things a state forester has to do, from wildfire to pine beetle to timbering. We're talking about logging now.
So she took over from Bill Crapser then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and she said he left the office a mess. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
The things he left in the desk drawers. No, she doesn't like to be in the office. She likes to be out in the forest. Yeah, she's
That's right.
really cool. She's appointed by the 5-member land board. That's, the governor and all them. And she must have interviewed great, because she's just talking to her. You're like, she gets you all excited about Forrest. She's cool.
I love that. I love the people we have in Wyoming. I mean, my gosh, we are just overrun with talented, really educated, intelligent people who want to do so much good for us and for the people of Wyoming. And so I love what we get to do, Jake. You and I get to highlight these people and bring them to the attention of everyone. And I just think that that's fantastic. What a service we're able to be a part of, to be able to get that, make those connections for people.
Yeah. We got great people in Wyoming, including Bighorn County Search and Rescue Captain Jeff Schmidt. Jeff Schmidt, I'm looking at some photos from Bighorn County Sheriff's Office. They share these of the search and rescue operation. And to see Captain Schmidt out there on the mountain looking for Gardner.
Or Grant. Yeah.
You can see like the rugged terrain, the rocky crags. Like, you get a sense now of how someone can just not be found for over 20 days. I mean, for nearly a month.
Well, and also for such an experienced outdoorsman like Grant Gardner was, one misstep, and you're gone. And that, you stop and think about it. It just had to be what happened. That he just took a wrong step and down he went, because that Cloud Peak Wilderness area is so rugged. Either that or he ran crossways with a moose, but
even
up there.
I mean, up that high, it's winter like all year round for one thing.
Yeah.
And you could fall off a rock, especially if you're tired and it's getting to come night. And who knows? But it's that terrain, looking at what Captain Schmidt and his team just looking. And thank goodness for these hikers, these climbers who saw something.
Right.
Different angle, different time of day, the sun shining, and suddenly something you didn't see 10 times walking by it. Now you see it.
Yeah. No, I think that that's absolutely valid. I mean, growing up in Buffalo and going up into the Cloud Peak Wilderness area, I was not a backcountry hiker by any means, but I've been there and I know exactly the terrain, and that's throughout Wyoming. I mean, look at the Beartooth, look at the Absaroka Range, look at the Wind River Range. These are the mountains. They can kill you. They can, and doesn't matter how experienced you are. One careless move and they'll kill you.
I asked Bill Sniff, and I've been asking people what they think will go on with Troy Lake. At this point, our own House people voted 2/3. 41 of our House members said, "Come on, President Trump, pardon this guy." We had Senator Lummis on his behalf, and Greg even put the question right to the EPA administrator.
Yes, go, Greg. Yeah. No, it's so hard. I understand. I see both sides of the argument. They want the emissions controls in order to, clean air. On the other hand, these emissions controls are causing problems for truckers. They're causing problems not just for the small diesel, the Dodge Rams going down the streets, but also the big semis and the other commercial trucks. They're causing serious issues with them. Yeah. So I understand why people would go and get those deleted. I mean, we have a Dodge Ram, but we have a Dodge Ram that's right before the emissions controls got put on there. So we feel fortunate that we don't have to deal with that with our vehicle, but we know people who have. And so I see both sides of it. I see the service that Troy Lake did in helping his clients be safer in their eyes and, be more efficient in their eyes. But the EPA has rules. And if they're not enforced, what's the point of having the rule?
Yeah.
So, I see. Yeah.
It almost reminds me a little bit of like when the government or whoever catches a hacker. Now, you can put him in jail, put him in prison, or you can hire him. Why not? The EPA should hire Troy Lake to use his expertise to do it right. He's saying
There
this
you
device is ruining the trucks. Troy, can you design a device that is good for the truck and good for the environment? I bet he can.
I think that's fantastic way of looking at it. But yeah, that's the hard part. I understand his family. And the other thing is, even if he doesn't get a pardon, he has so much grassroots support now. I don't think he's ever going to have a problem, being hired for anything. And
right.
People will say, "You're a convicted felon, really?"
Won't matter. Right.
Yeah. So I see that it really, to me, honestly, it's the issue itself and the situation itself has really brought to light this concern about the emissions controls on diesel engines. And maybe because of this, maybe something good will come of it, and that they will make those emissions control systems better and find the happy medium that everybody can live with.
Yeah, because prior to this was a trucking industry problem. Nobody knew about it. Now it's like, we all sort of get invested.
Yeah.
Okay, now finally move to the biggest story of the day. Wendy, can you believe the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons?
Okay, if you say so.
Over my head. Can you believe it or not? Just one way or the other. Say, wow, I can't believe it, or
wow,
you saw
can't
it coming.
Believe that, Jake. I just can't believe that.
I know.
No clue. Where did that come from? Out of the blue.
Yeah. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
All right, Wendy. Great Labor Day to you. Have a great Friday and a weekend.
You too. You take care.
I'm looking forward
Bye-bye.
to that roundup. Yeah. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on this Friday. It is a 3-day weekend for some of us. For others, it's just a lot more laboring, or more of the same laboring kind of thing. We'll get in with your buddy Bags. He takes his show on for Saturday. We'll find out who his guests are. He'll preview tomorrow's show next when we come back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Wyoming lawmakers are busy drafting legislation opposed to cloud seeding, even if some of the lawmakers haven't even had time to read the bill. Claire McFarland's story. After nearly 4 hours of passionate testimony, Legislative Committee voted yesterday to draft legislation that would halt cloud seeding programs in Wyoming for 10 years and ban geoengineering. Should we be shooting silver iodide into the sky in order to make it rain and snow? There's some say no, it doesn't work, it's a waste of money, or it's toxic and not good for the environment. Lots of reasons to be against it. Joint Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee voted in favor of drafting a couple of pieces of legislation that would just do away with cloud seeding for at least 10 years till we can get a baseline measure on whether it might even be working. Few lawmakers that even read it. It was the proposed bills were last minute kind of thing. Cloud seeding, you remember the legislature already decided to defund the program last session. So that in effect kind of kills it if you don't have the money for it. Now they're going to take a step further, make the voice a little louder and say, we want to be on record as to being opposed to cloud seeding. We don't like it. It doesn't work. And we're doing away with it. And that's where we're going next, maybe. That's what the committee did just the other day, yesterday. Claire McFarland has that story. Let's get this guy in the room. It's your buddy Bags. He's on tomorrow, Saturday. What's happening, Bags?
Hey, we're at it. Betcha. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Tired. A little tired, but, Friday. Running on fumes.
Yeah, well, I'm just ramping up for tomorrow's show. I know that last hour, I early on when we first started this Saturday show, by 9 o'clock, that 9 o'clock hour, you could tell that I was the voice was not in shape.
Dragging tail a little bit.
Dragging it.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, you're in prime form now, and we make the handoff today. I hand the ball to you, and you're making the carry. Pokes won 10-0. I heard it was a boring game to watch, but a win's a win.
Yeah, no, that's how I'm looking at it too. So you get off on the right foot, as you know, it's important. But they're going to have to generate a little bit better offense if they're going to compete against anybody here in the Mountain West. And of course, the defense, you got to be happy about that. A shutout's a shutout. So no complaints on the defensive side of things. But I'm ready for some college football, dude. That's my sport. I mean, I've explained to people I love football. I mean, I'll watch little leaguers play. I go to the Bighorn high school games out of Bighorn. I go to the Sheridan Bronx games or high school. But my favorite sport is college football, and I'm fired up about that, man. It's here.
It's here Thursday early, and then this Saturday, a whole mess of games. Today, week 0, I'm going to be calling a game between Teton and Sandpoint, 2 Idaho teams. I don't know how I got wrapped up in doing that, but football in Driggs, Idaho today. Teton, Sandpoint.
So do you do play-by-play by yourself? Do you have a color commentator next to you?
I often have a color person. I don't, this time around tonight, I don't know if I will.
Well, that'd be fun to do together, you and I, somehow.
Yeah.
The problem is I did play-by-play too, and then you can't really have 2 play-by-play guys, but we could wing it. I could make stuff up from the
I could, and I can do color for you. My color commenting would be what was that kid thinking? He just threw into triple coverage.
Yeah. Mine would be, what's that kid's name again? How do you pronounce it?
Right.
I got in trouble one time for mispronouncing. Had somebody walk up to the booth when I was doing play-by-play in Cheyenne at the good old KFBC. And it was a basketball game, and I was up in the crow's nest. The old East High had the media up in a little crow's nest box, and the lady came up and said, "Quit pronouncing her kid's name wrong."
That happens. And I fielded a phone call once. One of my first play-by-play games when I was just a little wee youngster. Back east in New York, I had the play-by-play guy's worst nightmare. Triplets, all wide receivers, all the consecutive. It was like number 87, 88, 89. All wide receivers always playing on the field at the same time, and they all had the last name with the same, like it was Troy, Todd, and whoever, Anderson. And oh my goodness, I mean, the best I could do was Anderson caught that pass, and the mom called me like halftime, said, "Can you please tell me which one?" I'm like, "I'm trying." Yeah. Oh man,
I already told you that story about Kurt Gowdy coming up and telling me to stop saying everybody's full name every time somebody made a shot. It was also a basketball game. I think it was also at East High. But working in the day and having a boss like Kurt Gowdy and trying to be a play-by-play guy for high school. I mean, the pressure was on, dude.
Kurt Gowdy, man.
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. Yeah, well, he was a great guy. For those who aren't old enough to remember Kurt Gowdy, he's one of the all-timers. He's on the Mount Rushmore of sportscasting, for sure. And but he was a Wyoming boy and had an office right there in Cheyenne with his Kurt Gowdy Sports Radio Network. And he would come in, stick his head in the door of the studio, and talk about intimidation.
Hey, what's the Cowboy State Daily Show Saturday with Bags look like on a
does
Labor Day weekend?
Well, I'm pretty pleased at how this one turned out. Some timely stuff, too.
Yeah.
So this whole Cracker Barrel thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, baby. So I consider myself somewhat of a marketing guy, 44 years in media, and a lot of it in marketing and sales and branding for companies. So I'm going to talk about that. I think there was some big mistakes made there. You figure these big corporations, they got these brilliant geniuses in these offices making these decisions. Yeah, they could have done a lot better with this. So I've invited a guy that I trust, have worked with him many times on branding campaigns and advertising marketing campaigns. His name is Zach Teichert. He's the operations manager at a company called Spot On Solutions. And that's what they do. They do branding for companies and so forth. And we're going to talk about decisions being made by people like Cracker Barrel. And you remember Black Eyed Pea? I mean, they kind of went the way of the dodo as well. And of course, the biggest fumble of all time in marketing was Blockbuster, that they had an opportunity to own, if you remember, Netflix. who's massive, billions and billions of dollars they're making in block. Yeah, no, we're good.
Did they
we're
say,
good with the VHS?
Nobody's ever going to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
but I
yeah,
think
please ask Zach what the heck Cracker Barrel was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't chase away your base in order to attract a younger generation, which is what they're doing. And I don't blame them one bit. That's good marketing. That's, good business management to draw a younger audience. Us old farts ain't going to live forever. You got to fill those seats with somebody.
Yeah.
And, but the way they did it was just a collapse. You think about the Bud Light fiasco where, not only, I mean, I get that they're trying to attract another demographic, but chasing away your base like that is just stupid. I'm sorry. But anyway, that's 6 o'clock hour. My friend Zach's going to get up early with your butt. And now he's one of those guys, diving into those canyons with a slurry bomber. And then we're going to talk about, the fires this season around the Rocky Mountain West. And there's been quite a few. That Thermopolis fire was just blew right up, man. And then, I mean, he's an impressive guy. That's an understatement for sure. We're going to talk to him about his life and what he does and where he gets the, how do I say it? I'm going to go with guts to do what he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I wanted to say. That's some pretty manly stuff. And then, as I said, timing wise, hey, hunting season, it's here. I've got Angie Bruce, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department director, first female director, Wyoming Game and Fish in Wyoming history. And we're going to come on. We're going to talk about the upcoming hunting season. Actually, I think we're underway with bow hunting for antelope. I think that started this weekend. Should have done better research, Bags. And then, of course, we got the bow season for elk and deer here just a week or so away. So it's here. Somebody told me they heard an elk bugle up there already. Oh my gosh, it's here. Summer just flew by.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind people too, I open things up, Jake. People can text in questions. We got some questions for Angie Bruce, the Wyoming Game and Fish director. We go 307-278-9598. And then last but not least, school starting. So slow down in school zones, right? And so I've got a middle school teacher, Liz Peel, really looking forward to talking to her. How do we get our students, parents, teachers ready for another school year and to get these kids fired up, get them, as far as nutrition and sleep, and get those frickin' cell phones out of their hands and get them off to a great start in another school year.
Yeah, and
so
get them in a routine of going to school again. Over the summer off, those first couple of weeks back to school, it's hard to get into the routine for the kids to be in school.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of teachers putting this together, and you talk about high stress this time of year.
Yeah.
She says a lot of kids show up unprepared. They're still in their summer routine. And not only are they unprepared, but their parents are unprepared. So, kids showing up in their pajamas.
Late, they're half hour late.
Yeah, they're late for school. Waylon and I were running some errands, and we headed over to Home Depot. And I had to remind myself, at 20 miles an hour zone, man, it's school zone, and they will get you.
Yeah.
They don't mess around, and they are, when I say they, I mean our wonderful law enforcement. They are standing by in school zones. Trust me on that. So just a reminder from your buddy Bags, slow down.
So
they'll get you.
We're going to do some better branding as far as why do companies make decisions on, sometimes bad decisions on on rebranding or tweaking the brand. We're going to get Slurry Bomber. Nick Dew, is that his name? That's a cool dude, man. I didn't know Bags. I thought it was like all computerized, but they like have to like exactly press the button to drop the retardant exactly at the right spot. And
and these are the right guys to do it. These former Air Force guys.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing, man. And again, just the courage it takes to do what they do. I can't wait to talk to this guy.
Yeah,
I'm pretty impressed.
To fly low and slow over wildfires, man. That is scary stuff.
No doubt.
The smoke, the heat, the wind blowing you around, and they drop that slurry right on the dime.
The last slurry, I have a picture of the last slurry drop right outside the gate of where my family has a cabin up in the Bighorns. And I have a picture, I'll put it up on the stream when we're doing the show, of the last slurry drop. And then like 3 days later, not even a day and a half later, the snow finally came and put out that fire. And it was in October before that finally happened last year. But that's what motivated me with that anniversary here, is that fire. But yeah, that should be interesting. And again, hunting season. I mean, Angie, interesting that she's the first female director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I don't think that means anything, but it's just interesting. And I do want to get her perspective from a female's perspective. Should be pretty interesting. And again, Liz Peel, middle school teacher. Now, I think I've told you, I coached middle school football, basketball, and baseball in Denver for 16 years. So I know those 12, 13, and 14-year-olds really well.
Yeah.
And you got to be tough because, they're going to test you.
Yeah.
Those guys,
Middle
trouble.
school is a crucial time. These kids, they're not quite, elementary school, there's still, kids that don't have, for the most part, bad habits. Middle school, they're starting to get cliquey. They're starting to feel out who their friends are. All of a sudden, it's cool to be cool, and they're not quite in high school. Middle school is tough.
It's interesting. It's stressful.
Yes.
That's transition from elementary school to middle school. And the funny thing is, what I remember about coaching that age group is you had at the 7th grade level, you still had boys, and it was always boys. I had one girl play for me in baseball, but you have boys that are still playing with G.I. Joe and toys, and then you had boys that were chasing girls already.
Yeah,
and they were playing together. So you had to, coach and teach them differently because they were different stages of maturity for sure.
Cool. Well, tell Angie I said hi. I'm a big fan. Game and Fish, Angie Bruce taking over for Brian Nesvik, who got kicked upstairs. He's doing stuff for the feds now.
That's right. Yeah, she's got some big shoes to fill. But, we'll get a good chance to talk to her, get to know her a little bit and get her perspective and outlook on the upcoming hunting season. Maybe hear a little bit how the fishing season go. We'll see.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show Saturday version with your buddy Bags. Can't wait.
Yeah. Check it out.
Will
Thanks,
do.
bud.
Have a great weekend.
You as well.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with gubernatorial candidate Joseph Kibler. We're going to do that next.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily show continues here on this fine late Friday. We'll wrap up the show and the week with this special guest. It's Governor Kibler. That has a ring to it.
Hey, am I already governor, Jake? That'd be great. All right, cool. I don't even have to keep campaigning. That's wonderful.
I was just trying it out to see what it feels like. Joseph Kibler, first, it's early. We're a year out, but maybe not too early anymore. I mean, campaign, it's starting earlier and earlier. Explain to us, introduce us who Joseph is. I know the First Lady Charity. And 3 kids. You're a firefighter, business owner. Who is Joseph Kibler?
Yeah, thanks so much. First of all, really thrilled to be on the show with you this morning. I had a lot of fun listening in, and you had a lot of great topics and everything like that. So thanks for having me this morning, Jake.
You bet.
Who am I? You know, I started out by saying, firstly and foremost, I consider myself, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christ follower. I'm a person of faith. And that's really the foundation of my inspiration for deciding to do this. You know, this started actually, Jake, last summer when I just was watching what was going on across the state. And, you know, so many folks bringing their families to Wyoming for refuge, right? And watching that slip away in so many different ways, whether we're fighting for property rights like we did here in Laramie County just 2 weeks ago. And by the way, we won some of that battle, but we did not win the war, man. And you know, looking at what kind of Wyoming do I want to hand to my kids? And we're just legislating every issue in our society into oblivion. Band-aids for everything, lack of just taking the time to step back, come up with solutions, whether it's for energy, education, taxes, We just want to knee jerk at everything, and we've created such a bureaucracy that we need principled people, principled regular folks, Jake, to unwind this mess and to lead. And hey, you know what, you guys? We have burdened our teachers. Our teachers are too burdened with bureaucracy. Our healthcare professionals are too burdened with bureaucracy. Our people are too burdened with bureaucracy. And so I was inspired to do this. And you might say, well, why governor? Why not a legislator? Well, honestly, I'd be really bad at making laws because I kind of want to tear the thing back to the studs. I want to lead a principled group of state and local leaders that will actually get this thing unwound and get this thing undone.
I was going to ask, because it does sound like a lot of the stuff that you want to run on, a lot of your principles that would be your campaign platforms are law related, legislative related. Yet, no, your basic premise is we've tried to fix things with Bandit, with temporary solutions of laws, and we got to pull most of those, but we're suffocating in red tape. You want a Wyoming that we want, I think everyone wants, one that is liberty and freedom. That's why you're here. Spoiler alert, you're from California, but you got here as...
You know what? I've got no shame in that, Jake.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that gives me a unique perspective on what I see around me and what is going on, and knowing that, I know where this leads. I know where this goes. I know where we're headed. And that's why I stood with Laramie County folks fighting a lot of the new land use regulations. I'm like, and I was told by them, hey, don't worry, we're going to put this on the books, but we're not really going to enforce it, Joseph. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Maybe you're well-intentioned, but the next guy will enforce it. So,
right.
And so for me, I have a unique perspective in being able to recognize and root this stuff out. And just go, hey, this is not okay. We're headed down the wrong road. One of our campaign slogans is be something different. Jake, so often politicians step up to the microphone and they say, we're going to do something different. You hire us, you vote us in, we're going to do something different. And Jake, what we keep getting is more of the same, just in a different way, right? So we throw a different label on it and we're just doing more of the same. And we're just on this hamster wheel. I feel like it's going to take principled people that are willing to talk the truth and willing to just say it how it is, whether it's the nuclear stuff, I don't get caught up in the headlines and the fear-breathing dragons, right? Politicians, they're the fear-breathing dragons to get us to vote for them.
Yeah.
How about let's give the people the facts? Let's be mindful and truthful and just have the conversation instead of just keeping people on the next headline and on their toes all the time. I think it's a different way to approach politics. I had someone tell me early on when I kind of told them what I was doing and what the mission was. They're like, "Wow, if you Joseph, if you pull this off, you're going to actually change the way we do politics." And that's kind of part of the heart of it.
Yeah, especially, and that's the reason why somebody with no political background, somebody who's not run for office, if we asked you in 2019, you're going to run for governor of Wyoming, that wasn't on the radar, I don't think.
It certainly wasn't on the radar. And, and then going back to my faith, Jake, it kind of was, for lack of a better way to put it, just really put on my heart to do this. I have the leadership skills. I've spent my life in public service. Everywhere I've existed in my adult life has been in some way, in some sort of leadership, whether I was a chief operations officer or a business owner, a firefighter. I've led 100 mission trips, mostly to Mexico. I mean, I've been just all of the different things, my life experience. I feel like my life experience has given me the abilities, the insight, the discernment to do a job like this and to do it well. And one of the parts of doing that well is bringing the people to the table beyond committee, beyond legislative sessions, and having real meaningful conversations with people that don't agree with each other. I have found that in just a short time I've been doing this, Jake, Republicans, conservatives are at each other's throat a lot of the time, and what we don't realize, and I like what Ronald Reagan said, is like someone who agrees with you 80% of the time is a friend and an ally not a 20% trader. We've gotten so good at that 20% trader part, and we're not willing to have those conversations. And so I want to bring the conversation back. That's a lot of what this campaign is about, and many other things. But let's have a conversation. Let's figure it out.
Bringing a fresh perspective to politics might come from someone who's not a politician. We're talking to Joseph Kibler. Hey, let's hit some issues of the day, see where you stand, let people know who they're voting for. Property tax relief, huge issue. We chip away at it. Lawmakers had an idea to cut it in half, then 25%. Do we even need it at all? What are we going to do with property tax?
Yeah, and I know, of course, the interim committee has a whole bunch of ideas coming out of the interim committee the last couple of weeks too. This is going to be a hot topic the whole campaign, and people are going to say, "Yeah, I'm going to get rid of your property taxes." I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is, I think we need to get rid of property taxes, but let's make a responsible and well-equated and well-balanced plan to do so. Let's go ahead. I'd love to see us roll back to assessed value or roll back to when you bought your home. First of all, Jake, that eliminates all the problems we have surrounding property taxes, right? So just do that. Let's eliminate the core problem. Now, we've got at least 10 depressed counties already in this state, so we need to think about them. Okay, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, some of these places, man, they will not be able to fix those roads if we do that. I mean, we have to think about that. So then in creating a plan, Jake, what we really, really need to do is go, okay, well, how are we going to, we need multiple revenue streams. We can't let's not rely on just energy or perhaps luxury tax or sales tax. If we rely on only one way to fund some of these local needs, we're going to end up, well, if the economy's down, what's going to happen to sales tax revenue or luxury tax revenue? It's going to be down too, so then we can't fund it. Energy does the same thing, goes up and down. So I think coming up with a comprehensive plan to be able to support everyone and get rid of property taxes are criminal in my mind. But let's actually make a plan to do it rather than being irresponsible with it. And that's my short answer to that question. And there's a lot of ways we can do that. Rare earth minerals, energy, tourism. We can look at luxury goods or higher end goods taxes, things like that. I'm not for income tax. I don't want to raise sales tax out the roof. Guess who that affects? That affects our poorest in our state if we start raising sales tax. So I want to be really careful about it. Let's make a plan for it, Jake, and then let's execute said plan. Something government's not very good at.
Yeah. Wyoming's an energy state from A to Z. We do it all. We're just toeing the water with nuclear. That might be something interesting. Legacy stuff like oil, gas, coal. There's a favorable federal administration for that. And then we've got the sustainable green energy, wind, solar. What do you think the energy portfolio should be? I know Governor Gordon says all of it should fit in the assets. I don't think you're a fan of wind and solar.
Yeah, no, I'm not. In fact, what I've suggested is we should send all these windmill blades to California, not into our coal mill mines, not filling our coal mines. I said, send them to California. It's their problem. I am not in favor of green energy, and here's why. We all know it's not green. So I'm just going to kind of stop it at that. I think that's enough on that. Obviously, right now, the fear-breathing dragons, we're all talking about nuclear, right? That's what we're talking about right now. So I think it's important for me to talk about that. Nuclear is I kind of like to equate it to this. It's statistically safer to fly on an airplane, right, Jake, than drive your car every single day. Yet we drive a car every single day, right? Nuclear is the same way. Statistically speaking, I think it's like 90 times safer than all of our traditional energy sources, right? If you just look at human death, it's 1 every 14 years, whereas coal and gas, we have about 50 every. And this goes by megawatt and stuff like that. And you look at it, but it is like that plane crash, right? When a plane crashes, it's bad. When something goes wrong with nuclear, it's bad. So it's kind of the same sort of thing with that analogy. What I would love to see is the public gets properly educated on this. I think that's a huge issue because we just have the fear-breathing dragons going, right? Let's not put nuclear production or manufacturing or, these microreactor manufacturing, all this stuff next to a community. We got plenty of room in Wyoming. Let's get 50 miles out. I realize that would require more infrastructure, but let's do it like that. Let's do it in a safe and meaningful way. But the additional thing I would do and push for as governor of Wyoming, since I think it's since 1989, the federal government was supposed to create the federal repository in Yucca Mountain. That has been caught up in red tape and bureaucracy for decades. The federal government, we need a federal repository to put this waste. That ultimately needs to be happening because that's the primary concern, right? We're worried about what are we going to do with this waste, even though it is minuscule. By the way, when you look about the amount of power that nuclear produces and the amount of waste produced by nuclear, it's minuscule, but it's a lot more dangerous than the ash, let's say from coal or what have you. So that's what you have. That I think we have to be open-minded. How does Wyoming fit into the future? We have to look at this with an open mind.
Joseph, quickly, we have just 2 minutes left. Education in Wyoming, Superintendent Megan Degenfelder is is at the helm of that. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What needs fixed?
Well, we could talk about that for an hour. Let's see what I can do in 2 minutes. I think education needs to be torn back to the studs. We need to start over with classical education, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Interest-based learning. I'd love to see getting rid of standardized tests because kids are not standard. Every kid has a gift. Yeah. Let's teach them the basics. Let's send them towards their interests so that by the time they're in high school, they know they want to be a rocket scientist. They know they want to be a contractor. They know that, they could probably got to go to higher education, become a lawyer if they want to do that. We've got to tear it back to the studs. We've been legislating it for decades, and the results are going in the opposite directions, right? Cost is going this way. Results are going this way. We need to be, we have to we have to pull it back. We've got to tear it back to the studs, get back to the basics. You might even call it, Jake, a classical education, reading, writing, arithmetic, interest-based learning. I have 3 kids. We homeschool. Guess what? All 3 of them learn in such a uniquely different way. My son's really good at math and building things and solving problems. Not so much good at the literature and English. My daughter, good at the literature and the English. Not so great at math. Let's start raising kids and educating them in a way that will reading, writing, arithmetic, and what are you interested in? And send them on their way. That's the nutshell of a very big topic.
I know. And I didn't leave you much wiggle room. That's a candidate to be your next governor. The race, hey, we're less than a year away from the primary. Joseph Kibler joining the show. Thank you. Have a
thanks, Jake.
Great weekend.
Really enjoyed it. Appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's going to wrap us up. Your buddy Beggs got the show tomorrow. Don't miss it.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.